Yo, Topher! More poopy game. You know, I'm not hating the game, Topher. I mean, like I talked about, last couple days or week or whatever, is like, it's not that I hate the game. It's just, I'm getting to the point where, kind of like what I did with Minecraft or Hypixel, it's, I'm seeing the end and it's not a hype. There's no hype for reaching the end, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the problem I have with it right now. I have no hype for reaching the end. Like for getting to level 100 professions or anything like that. It's kind of like the problem I had with like the Hypixel is like I could like we had pretty decent drills, and seeing that the next upgrade was just like, okay, it's a better upgrade, but like once I have it, what's really the goal, right? Like what am I going to use that really good item for down the road, right? Let me look. I don't remember what game you're talking about. Is it on Steam? I think I have the game that you're talking about. I think I put this game on my list. Thought I did. Maybe not. I don't remember this one. I thought I had it on my list. Maybe I removed it. Yo, what up, mate? This looks cool. Yeah, this looks cool. I think we talked about this. This looks sick. Can you go negative though? So if you're like level 50 and you die too many times, you can go back down to like level 49 and you got to regrind back up. Oh, that's bullshit. Like, I don't have a problem with there being like an EXP penalty or dropping down to 0% XP, but being able to lose a level is a problem. Also, also, does that account for like, is it open world PvP or is there like PvP in general? And do you lose XP for PvP? Okay, so then that's a little better because if you add PvP to the system, if it's open world or if there's PvP zones or whatever, and you die in PvP and someone's camping you and killing you and you just lose level after level after level, that's bullshit, right? I'm doing pretty good, mate. I got about 6 hours of sleep today. Got up at like 8:30. Not feeling too terrible yet. But we haven't really got any gaming in yet, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, so it's like RuneScape back in the day where you would just farm like chickens or cows or rats or whatever and just one shot them for the best XP rates as possible. So like I said, like, aesthetically looking at it, it looks cool. The combat looks kind of cool. But like you said, the finer details is what makes or break a game. Like obviously it needs to look cool. It needs to have like an interesting atmosphere and stuff like that. But the finer details is what makes or breaks the game. Just like Quinfall, right? Quinfall looks good, plays well. It's straightforward and somewhat simplistic, so it's not very complicated or hard to get into or to understand or to actually play it and enjoy it. But the finer details is kind of what hurts the game, right? Yeah, it's a better sleep day, mate. It was definitely a better sleep day. I've been so tired lately. 52 minutes in. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it looks cool and it looks interesting, but like I said, the finer details. That's why we like to try games, right? Like we talk about it all the time, Topher, but like that's why we like to go and try different games and experience them and see like how like the finer details and like the actual important parts or like quality of lives and things like that, like exactly what makes the game and if it's interesting or not. That's why we like to play lots of different games to find something that we like, or you know, find out what we dislike about it so we can at least talk about it in the future. um and yeah, like that sounds terrible, not gonna lie. Like if you lose character XP and can go negative in your like, you can actually de-level. I don't know what the de-leveling really does to you. I don't know if you can like make like use it to your advantage, right? Like I said, without there being PvP, I don't see you being able to use it to your advantage. But down the road, it might be something that people intentionally de-level to be able to access a certain area, but still have like, I don't know, the positives from being once a higher level kind of thing. I don't know. It just seems very weird. I don't know very many games that actually allow you to de-level from losing XP. It's just really awkward. But I would say the biggest problem is, and it's a double-edged sword, and I kind of understand it, but I also think it's poor practice, is to not be able to take negativity, like criticisms for anything, right? It doesn't matter if it's for a game or anything. It's just in general. You should be able to take negative criticism from people about, you know, anything and accept it with, maybe not like fully accept it, maybe not like uh take it as gospel or whatever, but at the end, like at the end of the day, it's like you should be able to at least hear what they have to say and take it into consideration. And if there's an overwhelming consensus of the same thing, right, maybe take a harder look at it and do like a vote, see what people have to say, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the thing too, like, Topher, is like, if you refuse to take any feedback from your game, like I understand, like I said, there's a double-edged sword here. I understand sticking to your guns, sticking to the plan that you had in place, and making the game that you want to make. Fuck what everybody else thinks. Whoever likes it likes it. They're gonna play it if they're gonna play it. If they're not, they're not. I don't care. I'm gonna make what I want to make. I understand that to a point, but you can at least hear out what they have to say and stick to your guns, stick to your plan, stick to your roadmap, stick to what you want to do, but maybe tweak it. Like maybe there's a small tweak, maybe there's a small perspective you didn't think about. Like at least look at the feedback and see if, you know, it lines up with the way you want the game to go, right? Don't just completely refuse all feedback. That's just weird. And that's what I'm thinking. Like maybe if you de-level, like you can't wear the gear anymore. Maybe your gear is now no longer wearable, and you have to get new gear without having gear. Like that sounds terrible. So you have to hold on to previous like lower tier gear just in case you lose a level or something. And then like what about certain skills? Maybe you lose stats, like talent points or whatever. Like there's so many different things that could go into that, could really just cuck you. And that just fucking sounds terrible. And at the same time, mate, it's like it's not that feedback is, I mean, it's not particular to just games, right? It's life in general. If you can't take feedback or criticism or anything like that, there's a bigger problem. Oh my God, bro. Off topic, but today, me and the wife were running some errands. We went to Sam's Club, and I think this is the most entitled person I've ever ran into in my entire life. So you know when you're at a gas station, especially at Sam's Club, it's a one direction, right? So they have left pumps and right pumps, and everybody just pulls into a line, whichever one they want, and they wait their turn in line to pull forward and to get their gas. Well, we're in the left pump, waiting for, there's two people at the pumps, and then we're the next person in line. The person in the front, in the first pump in front of the guy that we're behind, leaves. So the wife, turns the wheel, starts to move forward to go around this guy to get in front. And this fucking stupid, I don't use this word lightly, but this stupid fucking cunt decided she's in the right lane for the right pumps. And she guns it and cuts us off. Dashes between the fucking vehicles to take the left pump in front of us. In her massive fucking GMC Yukon Denali, wearing her fucking equestrian fucking outfit like she just came out of the fucking barn with her high dollar Gucci ass sunglasses and shit. And me and the wife were like, did that just fucking happen? And she rolls the window down, and the guy at the pump in front of us looked at us. She's like, what the fuck? And she's like, what, is that bitch just entitled? And he's like, I guess so. He's like, I guess she's more important than you or something. We're like, I guess so. She got a more expensive car, so she obviously means more to the world than the rest of the people. And the guy just started laughing because the bitch was just super fucking bitchy. Like, she was such a stupid cunt. Like I said, I don't use that word often, but I use it for people that deserve it. And she fucking deserved it. I almost got out of the car and said something. I was so fucking livid. And then to make matters fucking worse, you know those instant karma videos? I wish this was on one of those. It made me laugh, and it kind of made me less pissed, but I was still pissed because I was pissed in another reason, so I had double pistage. Anyway, I'll catch up on chat in a second here. But anyway, she gets out of the car, and she's like, oh my God, it's so prissy, right? And she's standing in front of the stupid-ass fucking pump to, like, put her card in and everything, and she's, like, standing like a prissy-ass, bitch-ass girl. Like I said, I don't have any problems with prissy bitch ass girls. Like, but when you're gonna fucking break the rules, act like an entitled ass cunt, and just be a fucking total ass tool, and the whole world revolves around your bitch ass, I'm gonna treat you like one. Anyway, she's standing there and she puts her card in, and she's pushing some buttons, and she tries to put her card in again, and she's standing there looking at it, trying to understand like what the fuck is going on. And then after about, like, we're already in like pumping our gas, and me and the wife are just talking, and she's just standing there. And after about 2 minutes of like tinkering with it, she just gets in the car and leaves. Doesn't even get gas. And I'm just laughing because I'm assuming she didn't have her Costco card, and she doesn't have the app to use the phone. She couldn't figure out why she couldn't get gas. Bro, I wanted to just scream at the top of my lungs, that's karma, bitch. Like, I was so mad at this stupid cunt that, like, I wanted to flaunt it in her fucking face. That this stupid bitch couldn't wait her. And what made things even worse, Topher, is she was on a line like us. There was the two pumps, and there was a one person each pump, and she was the very next car. So same thing on our side. There was two people, and then we were the very next car. We're in our own lines, and she cut from her line into our line to take our spot because she couldn't wait another 15 to like 30 seconds for the person in her line to move. And then she didn't even have a fucking card to use it. Oh my God, dude. I was so fucking livid. And the wife doesn't get mad often, but she was pissed. Like, she slammed the car in park. She jumped out of the fucking car. She didn't even turn the car off while we were pumping gas. I'm sitting there after we're about halfway through pumping the gas. I'm like, is the car still on? And she looked at me and she's like, fuck. Bro, we were so pissed. Like, people are so fucking entitled. I hate them so goddamn much. I hate people with a fucking passion. There's a reason why I don't like leaving the fucking house. That's why. But anyway, that was my instant karma for the day. That shit was fucking hilarious. And then we're on the highway on our way home. And you know when like they have like really wide load trucks pulling trailers with like massive tractors on the back that like stick out. So they have like the follow car and then the front car that are warning people that there's an oversized vehicle, right? Trying to keep, the distance and help them get into tighter areas and don't cause accidents or whatever. Anyway, so we're driving down the road and we see flashing lights. And we're like, oh, interesting, flashing lights ahead of us. I wonder what that is. So we're just driving, mind our own business. And this guy in front of us is doing like 15 miles an hour under the highway speed limit, like 65, and he's doing 50. Like, what the fuck? So the wife, puts her turn signal on to go around him, and this fucking semi truck is barreling at us doing like 75, 80 miles an hour. And he literally flips his turn signal on and like cuts it at he almost hit us. How fast he was going. And he swerves into the other lane and he goes around us and we're like, okay, that was very unnecessary. Cool. So he goes past us and he's the wide load. We're like, okay, interesting. And then there's a wide load truck behind him and we're like, okay, cool, whatever. And this truck is flying down the goddamn road. And we're like, okay. And then we pass him, we get in front of him, we're driving. And then the flashing lights we saw when we first got on the highway before this truck passed us was the front car for the oversized car. And we're like, why the fuck is this guy so far ahead of the semi? Like, I'm talking 2 football fields down the highway. The front car is like, there's like 30 cars between him and the semi. So what's the point of the front car if he's nowhere near the truck, right? So I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. And then when we're passing the front car, he is driving with this pamphlet of paperwork on his steering wheel flipped open, and he's reading the fucking paperwork while he's driving on the highway. Bro, what up, Edge? I can't even do it, man. Like, people nowadays, I just can't. Like, I could defend some people in certain situations. It's like, okay, I can understand that. I can get behind that. That's fine. Sure, whatever. Some people, dude, like, they just have no concept of fucking reality. Period. Oh my God, dude. I can't stand it. What's the call we did? Okay. Just fucking absolutely driving me insane today. Anyway, catch up on chat. Sorry. Yeah, so I'm technically free from it, so I don't have to play idle skilling anymore, which is kind of nice. But at the same time, like I said, I wasn't putting super amount of effort into it, so I mean, it didn't really bother me all that much. I just was at a stuck point where it was gonna take me a while to progress, and I felt bad for not being able to finish it sooner. I hate me too. No, I don't hate you guys most of the time. It's just, bro, people it's like wild people. It's like people in the wild. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird to say, but when you leave your house, you leave your sanctity of like your normal universe, and you run into wild people in the actual open world, they're fucking awful. Absolutely awful. Oh, about speaking English, Tover. So we were at Walmart before we went to Sam's Club, and we're in the car, and we just get into the car. We're about to about to back out, and wife points in front of us. She's like, "What the hell's going on?" And I look forward, and the car in front of us, it's like one of the smallest sedans I've ever seen. It kind of looks like the old like 1990 Toyota Corolla. It's like a tiny ass fucking sedan, super goddamn small, right? And I'm like, huh, that's a small car. And he's trying to put a 58-inch flat screen TV in the back of his car, like along the back of the seat, and it's so wide he can't close the door. And I'm looking at him like, yeah, that ain't gonna fit, right? I was like, he needs to like, so he could technically, in my opinion, what he could have done is slid his passenger seat forward, lean the seat forward, and then turned the because it only needed like probably like 6 inches, right? So then he could have turned the TV at like an angle and leaned it forward. He might have had to lean his seat forward as well as his driver's seat, so he had to sit awkward. But he had to adjust his seats so he could slide the TV in that slight angle and lean it so he can close the goddamn door. He might have even had to open the back window so it can like lean out the window a little bit. And the wife's like, "Oh, do you want to get out and help him?" I was like, "Not really. It's his dumbass fault for buying a big ass TV with a tiny ass car. Like, if he knew he was gonna buy a big ass fucking TV, he should have called a friend or not bought it until he brought a bigger car, right?" And she's like, "Well, can't the seats fold down?" I was like, "Depending on, you know, the make and model, like, yeah, if his seats, some of the seats can fold down and open up to the trunk, which might be big enough to fit it, but I don't think the car's wide enough to fit the fucking TV, bro." And we're sitting there, and the lady's trying to talk to him, and he's looking at the lady. He's pulling out his phone, and he's typing into his phone into a translator. And then she's like, well, she's looking around like she's patting for her phone to like type something out to him. And he's like, no, 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 no. You know, he's like waving his finger at it. And he pushes like the speaker button so she can talk. And obviously, one of them did not speak English. Like, holy fuck, dude. Yeah, like strap it to the roof, put it in your trunk and strap it around the thing to keep the trunk lid closed and the thing in. But here's the thing, it was starting to sprinkle. So it might have started raining soon, so that wouldn't have worked. He probably didn't even have bungee cords. But you're at Walmart, go buy some goddamn straps and strap the fucking TV down. Like, bro, go buy a tarp, go buy some straps, attach the bitch to your roof, drive home. Right? Oh my fucking god. 30 months? What the fuck? Let's go. Let's go, Edge. You be here all the time. Uh, but yeah, that was my doesn't speak English for the day. I don't think Edge gets extra points for being a moderator. He just has the ability to help me ban people that I'm not paying attention to, or, you know, things like that. Yeah, man, I know you didn't really care how long it took. And like I said, it wasn't that I was like stressed out about it or worried about it or whatever. It's just like, it was just something I tinkered with on the side. I opened it up, clicked a bunch of buttons, closed it, played something else, you know, it was just fun. Yo, Blue, I did not get a notification that you followed, but if you're still here, I appreciate the follow. It was 11 minutes ago. Super sorry I was on a rant, but I appreciate you. If you're still here hanging out, thanks for being here. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Sorry we're ranting a bit. But this is normally the beginning of the stream where we just chat, talk about our day, and just catch up with people, and then we get into our grinds. Like I said, it's mostly about our token farms to start off with, and then we get into some of our other farms after that. So sometimes we'll get into some like combat grinds for some pets, which we still need to work on. Sometimes we'll just run around and farm mining, and if we're having a like lazy, tired, groggy day, which we're not feeling that yet, we'll actually do like some semi AFK mining and stuff while we're playing other games. On the side note, for the other game, Topher, also I'm gonna have to catch up on chat in a second here. We beat the new game. So Fortune Mills, like basic starter, like the 1 mil purchases. We also beat the 10 mil, so the new game plus. And we just started New Game Plus Plus, but we haven't really done anything in it yet. We literally just turned it on. We're like, I'll come back to it tomorrow. Watch streak? Wait, what's your watch streak? Oh, if he gets points from mod streak? I don't know, actually. That's kind of interesting. So the thing about the New Game Pluses is the Zenith upgrades are pretty fucking potent. Oh, you didn't have the Zenith guy at first? Because that Zenith upgrade is wild. Like, super fucking helpful. Like, bro, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, when I started New Game Plus, I was like, oh, Zenith guy, cool. And it took me a little bit to get through darts, took me a little bit to get through Lotro, and then, the scratchers. I don't know what the third one is. Is that Pinko Balls or whatever? That one was the longest. Like, those three took a while. Once I got past that, bro, sushi took me like 15 minutes, if that. And the gotcha system took me like another 20, maybe 30. And the only reason that the gotcha took me 30 minutes was because I was waiting on the coins. The coins were so slow because I didn't put a lot of effort into. Oh my god. But then, like I said, once I started NG and I saw the extra upgrades that I got, I'm like, okay, this is gonna go fucking smooth. Like, yes, I need to get to 100 mil to get to the next tiers, but I feel like getting to 100 mil is gonna be fucking a joke with the upgrades that I can get, like how fast I can upgrade. Anyway. Yeah, so I mean, getting through NG Plus without the guy, I could see that taking a little extra time. It took me 22 hours, and that was with me just letting it run while I slept on Pinko Balls and stuff. So I could have gotten it done in like half the time easily. So like 12 hours probably would have been pretty easy, maybe 10. And that was, like I said, it was mostly about just the Pinko Balls taking forever. Uh, but the NG I don't think will take me that long to get through it. Now, the one thing I do want to try and beat is the lethal mode. And that shit sounds fucking dreadful. I've been watching Josh OG try to complete lethal mode, and he is struggle bussing. Like, absolute struggle bussing. Alright. Let's get rocking on the token grind. Let's get this out the way. And then we got to go deal with our animales as well. We got to go take our cows and chickens and stuff. We got to go slaughter them, pick up our stuff, and then drop it off in town here. And then plant down our new guys. And then we're going to have to go and farm more animals today. Isn't a big deal. It just gives us something to go and grind so we can do some iron and animals today. That'll be our grind for the day. Unless Edge is going to be around because he's looking right now and wants to do some combat. If he wants to do some combat, I'm down. If not, then hey, it doesn't really matter one way or the other. Eventually, I need to work on my pets. So basically the only reason why I even do combat is to get my pets. I don't really care about actually leveling. I just care about getting the legendary pets. Because legendary fishing pet would be really nice. Legendary like mining and chopping and harvesting pets would be really awesome. With the extra chance at like procs and stuff. I hope they expand the pet system a little bit more, give us more pets. I don't know. There's a lot. The problem, like we talked about earlier, like I do have key crucial problems that I like, discrepancies I have with this game that I kind of dislike, but I'm really hoping that like they actually take solid feedback and they actually progress this game and add features to it that are just like, they're not like adding content, they're not like adding zones or extra skills or extra abilities, or they're not like nothing like additions, but it's just like quality of life and polishment where like every time you level up a profession you get like another bonus instead of just hitting milestones. It's like per level gain, maybe some more gathering speed, or per level you gain like, I don't know, like you get a percentage increase to mats obtained or something. Like there should be a increase for a level, not just milestones. I feel like there has to be, they should add something like that where every time you level your profession, so between level 75 and 100, instead of there just being a 75 milestone and a 100 milestone and you get nothing between, like 76, 77, 78, 79, all of those should give you some sort of plus, right? From levels 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 should also give you something, right? It shouldn't just be level 1 and level 10. It doesn't make sense to leave out all those in between levels and give you nothing for them. Because at that point, what's the point of leveling other than getting to the next milestone? And then once again, once you hit level 100 milestone, level 100 ability, you don't unlock anything particular. So it's just it's a missed opportunity. It's like a yeah, I just feel like it's not fully ironed out. It's not fully polished. It hasn't been fully thought of through. Like there's so many, because the thing is, like, when you're playing a game, right, the intention is people want to take it serious. They want to min max. They want to try and get the best bang for their buck. And if you're not giving them the opportunity to like get extra stats here and there and trying to min max things and do what's, you know, best XP rates possible, like they're not giving those opportunities for. Oh, is that Vanny? Yo, Vanny, holy helly. Where you been, my man? Welcome. What's going on? Been a hot minute. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. Jeez. I saw the name. I was like, wait a tick. Is that Vanny? Oh, man. Yeah, I feel like they have a lot of potential for polishing and quality of life in this game to add so much and like extra efficiencies to things, because that's the thing, it's lacking efficiency. I think that's the best way to explain this game. Is it's a great base, it's got great bones, but it needs a lot of ironing, cook time, and it's just the efficiency is missing. Nothing about this game is efficient. The way you level, the way you progress, the amount of time things happen, the exp rates, the amount of input actions needed to do a single action, like nothing is efficient. It's the most inefficient game I've ever fucking played. It's fun, it's enjoyable, but it's lacking so fucking wait, why am I pulling this stuff out? I was like, wait, what? Yeah, like farming, fishing, and that's what I okay. What the fuck? I played PoE 2 on the side, Vanny. Um, I didn't feel like playing it on. It's one of those games that I am not very hyped about. Like it comes out and I'm like, all right, cool, and it's just I don't have. It doesn't give me enough enthusiasm or excitement to want to even play it on stream anymore. I even tried playing it off stream with Edge, and I think I played a total of 6 hours, and I didn't even make it out of Act 2. And I won't log back in. I'm done. I'm already completely just done with it. I don't know what it is about like doing the quest system and the campaign. I fucking despise it. I just don't like the game at all. I don't like a single aspect about the game. Like it's cool, it's like PoE and it's different, but I just don't like it at all. Working like a dog, having time to play stuff. Oh, that sucks. I hate those days, man. Also, there's an ad, so we're gonna hold off on that conversation until he gets back from his ad. See, and that's that. Like I'm saying, Topher, it's like something like that. So every time you level, you get some sort of benefit that's scaling to 100, right? Once you get to level 100, you end up with like certain percentage of X, right? One of the things I suggested was gather speed, right? Because gather speed is huge. Because gather speed is already on the tools, and the gathering rate of gathering stuff is based off of your tool, right? So if you have like increased gather speed, right? So every level gives you like 5 gathering speed. By the time you get to 100, you have 500 gather speed. Like the tool being 150 for me right now already is pretty good, but that would be a wild gathering speed, right? You'd almost instant gather stuff, right? And that would increase your exp rate significantly as you're leveling. That would, at level 100, you'd be able to speed gather lots of materials. I mean, obviously 5 seems like a lot. Maybe it's only 1 per level, right? So by the time you get to level 100, you have 100 extra gather speed, so it goes pretty fast. Like you said, maybe chance for double crops. You can get it to 100%. So now instead of getting 4 herbs, now you get 8 herbs every single time. Same thing with chopping trees. So it's like it scales, so you get more and more materials. The higher, like that would be huge, right? Getting so many more materials, the higher level you go. So the potential for amount of materials per hour goes up based off of your level, which is insane. That would be great, right? Or like you said, like chance to not consume durability would be nice too. So now you can like invest into some really good tools and they could last you longer. That would be really nice. 50% chance to not consume a charge, right? Would be awesome. So 0.25% per level. So every 4 levels, you get a 1% chance to not consume a durability. That'd be huge. So you don't have to replace your tools as often. Like there's so many, like I said, it's the efficiency. It's the missing the mark on so many potential like quality of lives and just simplifications and things that they could easily add in and tinker with and work on. And like I said, not saying that it can't happen, not saying it won't happen, but it's just saying at this current time, that's what I think this game is truly missing. It's missing that quality of life, that tinkering, just simplification of a lot of like materials and input actions and just so many different things like that. It's eventually I hope it gets to the right place, but till then, all right, so one of each. All right, so we can do crocs, wolves, peacocks. Um, okay. I'm just trying to think like we have horns, but there's nothing here that's gonna give us horns. Reflex and poison. We can get poison from Bombas, so we don't have to worry about that. I'm just saying, like, I don't think Fox gives. Fox actually might give. Oh my fucking God. Why is this overlaid? Like, so, it does give reflex. Okay, so Fox can go with this. Bears alone. This is the only one that doesn't really have a combo, so we might just do deer for this. All right, so all of this can be done here. All right, so let's go get this done really quick. Dog bitch, Doge bitch. What? I don't get it. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I just hope that they actually okay. They actually take things seriously and they just I don't know. I'm just hoping that it goes in the right direction, right? At the end of the day, like they do take feedback from the players in the community, but the community doesn't like players don't truly know what they want. They have an idea of what they dislike, but it's funny they like, oh, I really want this. We really want this, and people are like, yeah, that sounds awesome. Let's get that, and then they get what they ask for, and then they hate it, right? That's one of the biggest problems I see with a lot of games is they, you know, they give the players what they want, but the players don't really know what they want. Right? They know what they don't want, but they don't know like they don't have like a true fix. They don't have like a true understanding of like what they actually want. They have an idea, like a generalistic idea of what they want, but they don't know like what that truly entails, right? Like, oh, I want faster leveling. Okay. I want to be able to level my stuff faster. I want to be able to do this, right? So like, yeah, we want this. And so the team goes about like trying to figure out a way to give them what they want. They give them what they want. And they're like, well, that's not what I wanted. It's like, well, we gave you what you wanted. We just did it this is how we decided to give it to you. And it's just like, I don't know, man. It's like you can't fucking win. So like I said, I don't really I don't envy developers and game creators and stuff like that because they have a fucking terrible job to try and make people happy, but also stick to their guns of like what they want to make and staying true to themselves or like the game plan. Um, it's really a fine line to toe, but I feel like this game truly needs to buckle down on tediousness. They need to work on EXP rates for leveling, right? You shouldn't get the same amount of XP no matter what action you're doing, right? If you're mining coal and iron, which is a level 1 material, should not be the same amount of XP as mining mithril, right? Like, that doesn't make sense, right? There's no different tiers in trees as well. So leveling tree cutting almost doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no requirement, like, there's no reason to really level tree cutting other than the few milestones you get. And since you don't get things per level, you only get them per milestone, it just feels very bleh. Like, not being able to like, there's certain like interactions with like banks or chests that just don't make sense. Like, if you go to a bank, there's a fill from inventory button, but when you go to a chest, there's no fill from inventory button on the chests, which doesn't make any sense why I can't just fill from inventory, right? When you go to a chest. And then on top of that, with a bank, you can't pull out or put in anything that already has a stack of 1,000. Or is that the chest? One of them can't do it. One can and one can't. So it's like the bank system is a completely different system from the chest system. Even though they're both inventories and they're both like kind of the same thing, but they're coded completely different. So one works one way and one works the other. So certain things that work in one don't work in the other, and that just doesn't make sense. It should be one unified thing. And I also think that, like, I feel like I don't hate the idea. Like I said, this is like a personal opinion, like not something that they should take seriously, nothing that should be changed. But having the chest like old school vanilla Minecraft, where it's like each chest is its own entity that holds X amount of items, and you can only see what's in that one chest and access what's in that one chest when you're accessing that one chest. And if you have 1,000 different chests, you have to like organize them and place them in certain places and know what's in each chest. And so like I wish there was like a, even if it's literally like a shop item that can consolidate all your chests into one big chest, or allows you to connect chests to like uh like forges, right? So you can buy a purchasable that allows you to connect up to like 10 chests to a forge, so that way you can drop items into the chest and the forge just accesses what's in those 10 chests. Like, that would be sick, right? Something to simplify the storage system, right? But not the banking system, but the storage system in your houses specifically. That would be really nice. Or, you know, when you access a chest, it accesses everything in a certain radius of you, right? Or it accesses all of them. It gives you like a centralized, like maybe hypothetically speaking, you could purchase an NPC for your house that is like a banker that allows you, he accesses and shows you all the chests in the housing project, right? So you talk to him and he shows you, hey, this is everything that is in your chests currently. So you can take stuff out, put stuff in, and then obviously you won't have any idea where anything is like physically. So if you walked up to the chest, you wouldn't know what's in what. But at least this way you don't have to know, because you can just talk to the NPC and the NPC will be like, oh yeah, you're looking for blah, here you go. It's like talking to the banker in the city, but you have your own personal one for your personal chests. That would be cool. But like I said, that's nothing super necessary. I just think that would be kind of an interesting fix to the dog shit ass inventory system, or the system for the chest. The chests just feel fucking awful. But there's so many little like just being able to fucking split your stacks is so tedious. Like, I've been talking about this since day one. It's just, that's honestly why I've been bitching about this game for like the last week. Like, Topher was like, oh, back to a dog shit game because all you do is bitch about it 80% of the time. It's not that I'm bitching about the game. It's the same things that have been a problem since February. It's just the annoying little tedious interactions and consistent quality, missing quality of life. Like the fact that I can't sprint in strafe is awkward, and just I hate games. Like I can go diagonally, right? I can press W, press the diagonal, and I can go diagonally. The second I hit shift, I can no longer do it. It's such an annoying thing to leave out of your game. I don't understand the intention or the reasoning behind not being able to strafe or to run diagonally while sprinting. You can do it on a horse, but you can't do it on your while you're running on your feet. It doesn't make any sense. It makes traversing the map just tedious. So when you're running, instead of being able to side strafe around a tree while holding W the whole time and just do that, I now have to turn and go around it. Right? I had to literally turn my camera to go around the tree rather than strafing. It just causes just a lot of just stupid tediousness. That's honestly my problem. I mean, it's been 2 months because like when I first started playing the game, Topher, I was finding things that I disliked that I was voicing my opinion on. Yes, but ever since then, it's mostly been about reiterating the things that I did find. 'Cause I haven't found anything new that I dislike about the game. Past that first week of like figuring, I was like, oh, why is that stupid? Why is this stupid? Why is this missing from the game? Why can't I do this? This needs to be added. Like it's the same like handful of problems with the game that I've had since I started playing the game. And I'm bitching about it because the more I play the game and the longer I play it, the more annoying these things become. The more tedious they're kind of just in your face. It's like a fucking gnat. It's like, hey, can't do that. Hey, still can't do that. Hey, guess what? Still can't do that. 2 months later, hey, guess what? Still can't do that. It's like, it's just a little tiny annoyance that you have to deal with day in and day out. And this is like I said 2 months ago. It's those little tedious annoyances that make people quit the game. It's not that the game sucks. It's not that they don't like the game. It's that if you don't fix tediousness in your game, people quit. People get bored. People get annoyed. People dislike having to jump through 75,000 hoops to do one action. If you bitch about a game for more than a month next game, I mean, I wouldn't say that's typically a set in stone rule, Topher, but what I will say is what it tends to happen is you can tell by the amount that I complain about a game, the time left I have playing the game. Does that make sense? The more consistent I bitch, the longer I bitch, the longer I complain versus the, because when the ratio of bitching to gameplay is like past 50%, like when I spend more than 60% of the time bitching and not even playing the game, like I can play the game and bitch at the same time. But when I'm bitching and I'm standing in place, not actually playing the game, that's where you know the game's pretty much almost dead to me. When I was playing First Ascendant, instead of doing what I was bitching about while I was bitching about it and like still continuously playing the game, when I got to the point where I was standing in town, not even moving my character or my mouse, and I was bitching, you know I'm done. So it's not like a written in stone kind of rule, but it's kind of a generalization that the less steam I have playing the game, the less motivation, the less dopamine I'm getting, or like whatever metric you want to use, the lower that gets, the more my bitching goes. So they kind of like, it's like interest, like in principle when you're buying a house, right? In the beginning, you're paying more interest than you are principal, and then about half, after so long, you start to like pay 50% principal and 50% interest. That's kind of how my bitching is. Like at first, my enthusiasm, my enjoyment is really high. It's like 80-90%. I'm like super enjoying it, super having fun. 10% bitching and finding things that I dislike about it, and then slowly but surely it switches to like 80-20, 70-30, 60-40, 50-50, 60-40. Again, like going the opposite direction. And I feel like once I get to roughly around 70-80% bitching, I've kind of just fed up with the game, right? Dungeons, bro, Dungeons and Liberty. I'm still so torn on that game, Topher. Like I truly am. I actually, it's one of those games that I 50% like and 50% hate. It's a true 50-50 for me on that game. I actually truly like the game, but I despise it. Like the actual finer points and the finer details of the game. I love the core, the idea and the premise of the game. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. Fire, love it. But the finer details and the actual like minor or the finer points and like the true intricate portions of the game, that's where the game dies for me. And that's what I hate about it. Jet and punch myself with the thing. So I'm not. I don't think I'd ever go back. Oh, I mean, I'm not gonna say ever, but I would say I don't have any plans to go back and playing the game. But I will say if I'm bored and they make some updates and changes to the game, I might go and revisit it to see what's changed, if it's gotten any better. You know what I mean? Like First Ascendant and like those games that I kind of wrote off because they fucking drove me absolutely up the fucking wall. Like it would really depend on like what they changed, what they added, and things like that. You know, maybe in 5 years, if the game is still got a player base, maybe I'll go and revisit it and give it a shot. You know, just see what's changed, what's different, if it's any better or worse. Like I said, I won't say never, but it's highly unlikely, right? It's just like me playing Counter-Strike. I'm not saying I'll never play Counter-Strike on stream, but at this current moment, I have not even 1% of my body wants to play it. Right? I have no ambitions to want to play Counter-Strike. Not even a little bit. Welcome back, Edge. So, I don't know. Like I said, yes, I've been bitching about this game a lot the last, little while. Like it's getting more and more every single day. But it's literally the same things. Every single complaint is the same exact complaint I've had for months. And it's just because it's a little goddamn chihuahua biting at my damn ankles every bro, caravans. You know, I'm not as jaded about caravans as somebody in chat is, because I don't have the same problems Edge has, because I do it at night and I don't have any problems with them disconnecting me at night. But I will say there are some glaring problems with caravans that just don't make any fucking sense. Like, for one, I don't know why this is the way it is. It definitely is a bug and it needs to be fixed. But when you have a caravan rental, right, in here, when the rental period is over, even if you're on a different rental that has plenty of time, let's say your rental has 20 minutes left. You're like, all right, I'm going to buy a new rental. So, my rental doesn't disappear in the middle of my caravan run, right? So you buy a new rental and you're running on your new rental, let's say you had a camel before, you buy an elephant, right? So you're riding on your elephant. That's brand new. It's got 6 days and like 20 hours left. And your other one has 15 minutes. You're like, all right, cool, whatever. So you're on your elephant, you're running a caravan. You're like 15 minutes from turning in, and the timer on your camel that had 20 minutes when you started it ends. For some apparent fucking reason, it kicks you off of your elephant and deletes your caravan packages, and you have to start over. Why? Like, it makes sense that your camel disappears. Anything on your camel goes poof and you can't ride your camel anymore, but you're on a different freaking caravan. You're using a different mount for the caravan. Why? What is the fucking purpose? Like, why? I don't understand. All right, we need foxes. Okay, foxes we can go do foxes in the desert. We need bears. Let's go get some bears really quick. I think there's some over here. Alright, so we'll go do bears. But how's your day going so far, Edge? Clothes dry? Ah, sounds good. Topher. See when you get back. Hate adult. I mean, adulting sucks. But yeah, I don't know. I do feel bad for like the viewers when I'm sitting in here playing a game that I just bitch about the whole time I'm playing it. I do kind of not like doing it, but I also feel like every single game has its faults, has its problems that I complain about, things that I wish were fixed or changed or modified that never get touched. And I complain about these things every day because it's things that I have to interact with every day and they annoy me every day. And the more that something annoys me, the more I want to complain about it. So it's a problem. I have this problem. I've always had this problem. And there's not much I can really do to fix it. But at the same time, like if I quit every game that I didn't like something that was in the game, I would have no games to play. And I feel like if I start a game and I play it for a week and I find things that I dislike and I instantly quit the game and move to the next game, we would have nothing to play and we would have no consistency across the stream, right? It'd be like, oh, well, we played Throne of Liberty yesterday. Now we're gonna play Project Zomboid. Oh, now we're gonna go play Albion. Now we're gonna go play Final Fantasy 14. Now we're gonna go play ESO. Now we're gonna go play Guild Wars 2. Now we're gonna go play Guild Wars 3. Now we're gonna go play Grounded. Now we're gonna go play this. It would be like every day would be a different game, and we would never have any type of consistency. We would never keep any type of viewers around because I'd have one person in the stream for like an hour, and then the next day they'd be like, oh well, he's not playing my game. I'm gonna go watch something else and unfollow. It would be zero retention. It'd be zero growth. I feel like it wouldn't be entertaining because you guys would just see me play a game for 4 hours and then I would never touch the game again, right? Like, I don't know. There are days that I don't mind doing that, like with like indie games, or we go and try like a new MMORPG and we're like, oh yeah, that was kind of cool, had cool features, things we disliked about it. It was a cool little trial. Okay, well maybe we'll try it another day. Like I don't mind doing that every once in a while with like smaller games, but I'd like to try and stick it out and at least grind out to a high level before I make my final judgment. It's just while in the process of doing that, I feel like it does kind of irritate you guys as viewers because you have to listen to me complain for 1 to 2 to 3 months while I'm playing the game the whole time. I don't know. It's a double-edged sword for me. I know it's a problem I have. I could just keep it to myself instead of complaining about it, but at the same time, it comes out often because people come in and ask me, "Hey, what do you think about the game? What do you think about this? How you feel about it? Would you recommend the game?" Or like I'm currently trying to do something and the thing that's bugging me comes up, right? Or like you guys kind of prompt the conversation indirectly, be like, "Oh, once again, you kind of like jab salt in the wound, right? Like with Edge and the Caravans, right? Like, not saying it's your guys' fault. I'm just saying like sometimes I get prompted in some way, and then it gets me on this rabbit hole rant, and you guys are, oh, here we go again, another 6-hour rant about how he hates the game that he won't stop playing. Like, I don't know. I get it. I see your guys' point. I don't know how to change. That's just how I am. Like, I'm the kind of guy that I want to give it 110% on something. Even if I hate it, I still want to stick it out and see if it gets better. I want to see if it gets worse. I want to see if I can find a solution to the problem. It's like when I was playing PoE 2 that one league, where I was playing like a scuffed version of Rake Blood Hunt, right? And I was complaining and struggle busting and having a problem, and it wasn't working the way I wanted it to. I couldn't get it to do what I wanted it to do, and I couldn't, I was just tinkering, right? And Fip's like, well, why are you trying to do this? Why don't you just do this? Why don't you just do that? Like, well, what? It's like trying to put a square peg in a round hole, right? I was playing a bossing build and I was trying to convert it into a mapping build, and it doesn't work, right? I couldn't find a solution to the problem. And you guys were mad, or you guys were just like listening to me bitch the whole time about not being able to like make it work. And you're like, well, why are you doing it? Why do you keep doing it? Why do you keep doing it? Do something different. Do something different. It's just like, because that's like the nature. It's like, it's trying to make it work. It's trying to figure it out. It's like, it's the trial and error. Like, it's the enjoyment behind playing video games. It's enjoyment behind trying new things. It's trying to see if you can overcome like the obstacle, if you can find a solution to a problem. And like if I was able to find a way to make that build work for mapping, it could have been sick. I couldn't figure it out. I mean, somebody else probably can, but I personally couldn't with the current state of where the game was. And like I said, I do get it. You guys don't want to sit here and listen to me just complain, because that gets boring and monotonous and tedious and like why like bro, so you say the same thing every day. Can we just shut up? Can we just do something different? If you hate it that much, go play something else, right? And I get it. Like I said, it's not much I can really do to change it. All I can do is apologize, even though I'm gonna keep doing it. It's just I'm complaining because I'm voicing my frustrations while I'm trying to figure out how to solve my frustrations. Obviously, some things are impossible to solve. Welcome back. I'm still just ranting, Topher. Some things are impossible to solve, like core mechanics of video games. Like if they don't have a way to do something, there's no way around it. It's just that's just the nature of how it is, right? And that's the problem too, Topher, is like if I move on, I'll never come back. And I don't disagree with you. I should get more inclined to changing games more sooner rather than just bitching every day, all day for like weeks on end before finally just cutting the cord and moving on. Because I know for a fact, here's what's gonna happen. I'm going to stop playing the game, right? Hold on a second. Let me double check. So we have oh, so we don't need this. Okay, so we have this. We don't need this. We have this. We have this. We have this. Don't need this. We have this. We have this. We have this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are missing Fox and Black Mambas. So let's go to the Black Mambas really quick. Oh wait, we're missing more than Black Mamba. We have this, yeah. We have the Fox, yeah. Oh, we don't need the tendon. Okay, hold on. I was like, wait, what do you mean? I'm missing like 3, not 2. Black Mamba, Black Mamba, Black Mamba. Okay. So the problem I have with it is like I said, I am a little what's that word? Hypocritical, right? So of myself, right? I'll say one thing, but then like I'll say, oh, I don't want to do this, but then I do it anyway, right? He's like, oh, I like doing this, but you just said you don't like doing this. I will say that a lot of things that I say, I guess they're in a gray area because it's like, oh, I don't like this, but then I'll play a game that is just like that. It's like, but I like it, but I don't like it. This is I don't know. I don't even think I know. Like I said earlier, gamers don't, or not gamers in general, but like people truly don't know what they want. Like I want this, and you give them that, they're like, I don't want this. It's like, but you just said you did, right? So I feel like that's kind of a problem I have as well. Is I have an idea of what I want, but the finer details of what I want are kind of missing. But back to what you were saying, like I agree, and it's a double-edged sword that I bitch. Once I move on, I'll never come back to a game. It's just one of those things that like once I've moved to another game, the game I was playing kind of just I wouldn't say it's dead to me. I just don't have any inkling to ever want to go back to a game. Or I do have inklings to want to go back to it, but then I recall how much I hated playing the game, right? How much I complained about playing the game, and those thoughts of the things that I disliked are lingering still, are still there, reasons why I quit playing the game, so I just don't go back and play it, right? It's the same reason why I no matter how much I liked Throne and Liberty, I have yet to go and play it. I tried to launch it once, like a couple months ago, I think. I made it 15 minutes into playing it, and I turned it off. Right? Same thing with First Ascendant. I launched it, I got to the login screen, and I closed it. It's just, I know me personally, and I know once I put something down, it's very hard for me to pick it back up. Like Hypixel, right, Tover? Like I like Hypixel. I still like Hypixel. I got a little burnt out on it, but once I stopped playing it, it's so hard for me to go back to doing it. I wouldn't say never gonna. I think honestly, with one caveat, I think New World's the one game that I go back to often. I have rotated back to that game 4 or 5 times for months at a time. That is one of the few games that I quit playing because I get bored or I get annoyed at something that I dislike. And obviously, the whole time I'm playing it, I'm still complaining about the same things that have been a problem for fucking years. So I do complain when I play the game, but I do enjoy playing that game a lot. But yeah, my biggest problem is just like I want to finish something. I don't want to just be that guy that I start 1,000 projects and I never finish something. I want to actually finish something, or at least make progress on finishing something. Right? Like I've never finished a full Ironman playthrough on any game I've ever played. I've never finished like leveling like 100%ing any character on any game ever. The closest I've ever gotten is RuneScape because I obtained my max cape. I'm still never finished all the quests. I still don't have all best in slot gear or anything like that. And I've been playing the game for fucking 20 years and it takes so long. And there's things about that game I dislike as well. So like I don't know. It's one of those things, man, that I struggle to convey or put into words or to explain properly I guess I wouldn't say make sense, but it's just very hard for me to convey what I feel and what I want. But it's kind of like I was saying before, it's like you don't know what you want. Like you know what you want, but you don't. When you get what you want, it's like that's not what I wanted. That makes sense. So I feel like that's the problem I have is like I want a game that I'm going to enjoy playing, but I know for a fact that no matter what the game has to offer, it'll never be what I want, because what I want is something that I can grind every day on an endless loop that has a reason to grind, that feels like I basically I can't stop grinding, right? It's like an endless grind, but then I know I don't want an endless grind. I want there to be a light at the end of the tunnel. So you can't have both, right? So once again, it's one of those, this is what I want, but I know I don't want that because I don't want that. So there's no winning. And this is the same problem that we have with games that cater to their player base, right? Players want something, but then they give it to them and then they don't want it, right? Like I want there to be something that I could reliably log into and endlessly loop and enjoy grinding, but at the same time, I don't want it because then I feel like I never finish the game. I never get to completion, right? And then one of the things that shoots myself in the foot is I like to play Iron Man, and a lot of the endless loops and the grinds revolve around making and crafting and gathering stuff to give to players to like sell in the marketplace. 39, and I need 1 2. Yes, we need 48 gold. So since I'm not trading or selling things to players and people and making currency from it, I'm kind of alienating a portion of the game, a portion of the end game, right? Since I don't like PvP, I'm alienating another huge portion of the game. So for an Iron Man playthrough, it's actually terrible for end game, because once you've leveled everything, once you have the gear, once you've progressed to that point, there's nothing left for you to do because you have nothing else to grind for, you have nothing else to obtain, and you have no reason to continue grinding or crafting or making things or obtaining things, because you're not trading it to other players, you're not selling it to other players, you're not making currency, you have no reason to do any of that stuff. So we just completely and utterly ran past what we were here for. I was not paying attention. Like I said, man, I'm a conundrum wrapped in a conundrum wrapped in a paradox at this point. I'm at such a weird crossroads that I don't know what I want, how I want to do it, what I really am looking for. Just trying to have fun, trying to pass time, honestly. Like, I enjoy gaming a lot. The only thing that actually, you know, hobby wise brings me any type of like enjoyment and enjoy or whatever. And without it, I'd be a bored mess. So I need it, but I can't find something that just brings me the same joy as I used to have. And like, you're not wrong, Tover. It's like, how can I handicap myself enough to make this? Because the thing is, if I play it traditionally, Topher, it's too easy. That's a real reason why I like playing Iron Man, is because if I play it standard, like the normal, simple, just every day, I can trade people, sell things, buy things from other people. The game's truly too easy. Um, Being able to just go and endlessly farm ore to then turn around and sell to players to then buy what I'm like trying to make is too easy. And when something is easy, it's not very fun, right? The sense of accomplishment is very low, and it's like you complete something without putting any effort into it. That's like going to college, like paying for like walking up to the college tuition person and be like, "Here's my $50,000, hand me my degree." I didn't have to go to a single class. I didn't have to do anything. I just handed you the money and I obtained what I wanted without putting any effort in, without putting, you know what I mean? So when you, now that you have obtained your degree, you're like, all right, cool, I got my degree. Zero sense of accomplishment, zero sense of pride, zero sense of anything. It's just like, yep, I got what I wanted. Cool. Moving on. Like, it's missing that. What's that? Okay, pride's not probably not the right word, but like, you know, when like you put the effort into obtaining something and you're very proud of yourself for like obtaining something, right? You lost the weight, you gained the muscle, you know, you passed a class, you know, you got a certification in something, you learned how to do a skill, you know, like whatever it is that you're doing. If you do it on your own with no help, maybe, I don't know. It's that's what's missing when I play it without putting the effort in. And that's one of the reasons why Iron Man just works for me. It's because when I get like when I like if I was to like max out and get to level 100 cooking without using the trade system, the amount of effort I would have had to put in is an astronomical, don't get me wrong. But once I hit it, I'm like, damn, I finally got to that. That was hell of a effort, hella hard, but it just it feels so much better to know that I put that hard work in and finally did what I was trying to do, right? Versus, hey, I swipe my credit card and I'm done in 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? That's why I play it more difficultly. But it's also what kills the game for me. Like you said, it's the double-edged sword. It's the conundrum I have. I like the difficultness and I like to challenge myself, but it just sometimes it's too much, or the games like I said, the games are so tedious. There's so many things about the game that just make it not worth it. Like there's aspects in the game that are just so annoying, so irritating, that just make the game very unfun and like ruin it for me. All right, so we're going through here. All right, so we need a dream leaf for 32 of these. And then we need a little bit of spark, a little bit of daisy, and oh, a lot of spark. Okay. So we need spark, daisy, and dream. That works. See, once again, here's the conundrum, Tover. I like to grind for what I want, but I hate grinding. Weird, right? Like you see, there's certain grinds that I love. Like New World, grinding iron, grinding out the resources and the mining and leveling up my professions and stuff like that. I love doing it. I can mindlessly do it. I can turn my brain off and I can do it for days, weeks, months, without even fucking blinking or thinking about it. It's super easy for me. But the second you get me grinding on like something I dislike, I fucking hate it. I won't do it. And there's a lot of grinds that I dislike. Problem is some games I like a grind, and then in other games the exact same grind I hate, and I don't know what the crucial linchpin deciding factor between what I like and what I dislike is. I've never been able to decide it because farming iron in New World is super relaxing to me. It's super chill. It's super just I wouldn't say enjoyable, but it's just something I just can do without even trying. I just close my eyes and I'm just like, all right, cool, we're doing it, right? But then I go to a game like this and farming ore, I just kind of despise. I mean, I guess in this game it's kind of apples and oranges because I don't have a route. I don't have a set pattern that I'm running, which in New World I do. But there's other games that I have. I have specific patterns, I have specific routes, I have specific, you know, mindless routines that I have that make it tolerable, that make it easier. And I think maybe that is the deciding factor is how tedious is the okay, I need this, and a little bit more of this, maybe a bunch more of this. I don't know which one's which. I think Dream is this. But this game I don't have a route, right? So since I don't have a route, farming the resources is kind of tedious, right? Because now I have to zigzag around, panning my camera, constantly looking and trying to figure out where it is, and it makes me a little dizzy and discombobulated and stuff, and it's just not the same. You know, it's kind of just annoying. For the New World, I can literally sit there and read chat, put zero effort into figuring out where the hell I'm going, and it's just fine. I said I needed Daisy too. I've been skipping it. So, and like the same thing with Black Desert, one of my favorite games of all time, but also it's a 50-50 game for me. I love it, but I hate it because the things I love about it, I also hate about it. Once again, another conundrum wrapped in a paradox. Like, how can you like something and hate something? And it's what you want in a game, but it's what you don't want in a game. Like I said, it's impossible to make me happy because of this. And that's the biggest problem I've been running into is like the things that I like are the things that I hate. And it's making finding a game pretty much impossible. Yeah, I haven't got a single spark leaf. Okay, I finally did. Okay, I was about to say, what the fuck? How have I not got a single one? All right, so we do need Daisy. And I need to find some gold. Oh, I don't know, man. I once again, it's about figuring out those crucial building blocks of like those linchpin specifics that make or break a mechanic that makes me like it versus hating it. And I think for gathering resources specifically in a game, I think the thing that draws me in and keeps me interested is honestly the being able to make routines with it, routes, something that takes the thinking out of the process. That makes sense. I don't have to think about it and I can mindlessly do it. I think it's more enjoyable, which is an oxymoron for most people. Most people are like, why would you like that, right? But that's what the gathering grind for me is. It's enjoyable. It's kind of like a woo-saw. It's a relaxation piece for me. I can just come in, I don't have to put effort in. I can be very casual about it. And it's just kind of relaxing where I can just run around, gather resources, and then I can work on my professions, which is really what I want to do. Because at the end of the day, I don't really care about gathering professions. Leveling those up don't mean anything to me. Leveling up the processing ones don't mean anything. What truly matters is the crafting professions. Leveling these up to max level is truly the goal, right? the other ones are just a byproduct of leveling that to to max level. And leveling up the crafting professions requires you to gather and to process this stuff. So if the gathering and the processing is so tedious, is so irritating and so time consuming, and it takes a lot of brain power to put into paying attention and actively playing without being able to like relax and do it, when you have to put thousands of hours into grinding ores while actively using brain power, it's very taxing. Versus if I could turn my brain off and just mindlessly grind it without putting a whole lot of brain power into it, and then after I've gathered a ton of materials and then going in and leveling up your crafting, I feel like that is a more enjoyable process, which is why New World is perfect for me, right? Even well, the Warcraft was in the same boat. Well, Warcraft had set locations that I could make routes with, right? I could run from rock to rock to ridge, follow the ravine, do this, do that. And I could turn my brain off and just follow the route indefinitely. And I can make, loops where I never have to stop grinding. And I could turn my brain off, and it was just enjoyable to sit there and endlessly grind. To then turn around and use that on my professions to, craft items and materials to either A, sell to players to make money so I can money sink and stuff. But the problem is most games nowadays don't have a good money sink. Like, they don't have any true reason that you need to farm any type of in-game currency for any type of real reason other than buying items from other players for an absorbent amount of price, best in slot gear, right? If you're not buying best in slot gear from people, there's no reason to have tons of money. There's nothing in any of the games that I've ever played that you need to farm tons of money. You need to have mass amounts of money for any apparent reason. And without there being like a solid, good like money sink in a game, I feel like there's no reason to just sit there and make tons of money, like selling tons of things to other players. Like, you can have trillions and trillions upon trillions, maybe quadrillions amount of freaking currency in a game, but if there's nothing to spend it on, what's the point? What's the point of having all that money? Like, I don't know. Like I said, it's one of those conundrums. I haven't figured it out myself. I haven't figured out, like, I don't know. I can't even explain how I'm feeling. Because, like I said, the true crux of my problem is the things that I like are the things that I hate. And I kind of put myself into this problem because the only way I enjoy playing a video game is putting in effort for completion, but the effort for completion is what ruins the game for me. Not for this game. This, like, the effort that I'm putting into this game isn't what's ruining it for me. What's ruining this game for me is truly the tediousness of the actions. Like we've been talking about, it's like not being able to split things from my inventory, right? Or only being able to split from my inventory, or not being able to like the inventory management is pretty bad and stuff like that. Like, it's just the tediousness of this game specifically. But other games like Throne and Liberty, it was like Throne of Liberty, I think the main thing, I can't even remember honestly what I hated about Throne of Liberty, but Throne of Liberty, I know for a fact, like, I spent every day that I played that game running dungeons. That's all I did. I never got to actually run around and do world events. I never got to do world bosses. I never got to do fucking anything because 90% of the world events and the bosses were PvP related and they were guild related, so it was impossible to play those. And then I needed to run dungeons to obtain gear and equipment and stuff to try and gear myself up and get materials and whatever I needed to juice out my gear to kind of, make myself stronger. And I could never get anything from the dungeons or make enough money to buy what I needed from other players. And then the dungeons were fucking tedious and annoying, and the community made them tedious and annoying. It just, like, the dungeons truly ruined the game. Like, the dungeons plus the community. All I did every day, all day, was run dungeons, and I hated every second of it. Skip, kick, what? Yeah, and the shooter game was kind of the same thing. Like, all I did was grind a resource to then kill a boss over and over again, to grind a resource to kill a boss over and over again, to get a drop, to then craft an item. Like, I feel like that one wasn't as bad as the dungeons. Like the dungeon grind was worse because the dungeon grind was just you would get in and you would get instantly kicked because like, oh, you're a bot. Oh, it took you too long to load in, so we're kicking you. Or oh, you don't know the method, the how to skip. All right, you're kicked. Oh, you don't know how to glitch out the boss. All right, you're kicked. It's like you got kicked from every fucking dungeon if you weren't following every min-maxed like meta method that was known to fucking mankind. It's so fucking annoying. And then, at least with First Ascendant, it wasn't so much that the community was kicking you and that was a problem or anything. It was more along the lines of, okay, I think we're done. Okay, so hold on. Let's catch up over here. So we got Addy, we got Gold, we got Sulfur. We have the coal. Okay, so mining is done. And then for here, we have, okay, so the ones that are left, let me double check. So this one is Lily. This one's also Lily. This one is our Sweet Root. But we have this. We have all of this. Yeah, we have 48, right? Yeah. Okay, so we have 48 of this. We need 16 of this. We have, okay. We need 16 of this, which we have. We have 16 of this, which we have. So we just need, okay, so we're just missing Lily and Sweet Root. Okay, I think we're almost done with our tokens. Like, I actually don't hate the token grind in this game. Daily login, doing the token grind, not too terrible. Now, do I wish there was a few simpler aspects to it? 100%. Like, I wish that the NPCs had a turn in all button. So if you had the materials, you just click turn in all. You didn't have to click on each. What's really annoying about these? Let me show you this. What's really annoying about these turn-ins is if you click on the image, it does nothing. You have to click anywhere else but the image. Kind of stupid. But I wish there was like a turn in all button. That would be nice. Or if it's in the town, right? If you have materials in the bank, it should take from the bank. That would be awesome as well. I feel like that is a missed opportunity. And I think that the token turn-in should be a weekly thing. So instead of having to farm it every day, you should be able to have a weekly limit where you can complete it up to 7 times per NPC. So if you play one day and you do all 7 turn-ins for the week, you don't have to come and log in every single day to get your resources, right? I think that would be a kind of a nice, because like we talked about before, it's like it's about catering to the casuals, not the daily just no lifers, right? I feel like if you make it to where you can log in one day a week and you can get everything done in one day for your character, so you don't have to log in every single day. Now, having a daily login reward is really good, and maybe having a couple daily quests for either certain things like the town boards. Having the town boards as dailies is perfectly fine, right? Because it gives you like terror rewards and stuff like that. It gives you a reason to log in every day. I don't have a problem with that, but I feel like majority of the game needs to be weekly based. And I think if you cater your game around weekly logins, you'll keep players for a longer majority of the time, which keeping them around for a longer time means overall longevity of the game, keeping your player base relatively high for a longer period of time. Longer logins means that they stick around for longer. Sticking around for longer means they possibly will bring more potential profits, so on and so forth. But yeah, the shooter game, I will definitely agree, it was an endless dungeon grind because you were farming a rare mob for a key to go fight a boss to get an item to then farm another unique for another reward to fight another mini boss to it was just constant farming mini bosses and bosses 24/7 just to craft characters, just to craft like weapons and equipment and stuff. So then once you have the weapons and equipment, what are you going to do with it? It's the same conundrum we have with every MMORPG is once you have the gear, there's nothing to do with the gear, right? Once you have best in slot gear, what are you going to do with it? That's the conundrum with MMORPGs is you spend 99.9% of your gameplay getting the gear. And then once you have the gear, you stop playing the game because there's nothing to do with the gear unless you're PvP. And even in most of those cases, there's PvP gear and PvE gear. So you spend like 1,000 hours farming best in slot PvE gear that can't translate to PvP anyway. Looking at this, like, what's the point of the PvE gear? Like, that is the biggest conundrum with MMOs right now, is no one's solved that problem. And it sucks, but that's the nature of the genre at this point. But yeah, I don't know. I'm in a, like I said, a weird crossroad with gaming. It's like I want to find something that I enjoy playing, but I don't think I can, because every game has pitfalls and dead ends, like weird things about them that aren't really enjoyable. The problem is most of the games we typically play are relatively new games, right? And or old outdated games that haven't been updated in a while. Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate. I appreciate it.
Thirsty as
So
fuck right now.
Thank you. So the problem we typically run into is they're either old and outdated and they have bad mechanics that have not been updated in so long that kind of makes the game kind of just unfun and unenjoyable, or they're so new that they're missing so much content and they have so like they're lacking so much quality of life, and they're just such a tedious, like that one indie game we played, Topher. It was fun. I actually went back and tried to play it the next day after we stopped playing it. It was me, you, and Dig that played it. I don't remember which one it was called. I actually liked it a lot, but like the fact that to craft a level 1 armor set took you longer to craft it or to gather the materials and craft it than it would take you to level up to 3 tiers above it. Like by the time you crafted the tier 1 armor set from the NPC using blacksmithing, you would have already been level 30 or 40. And you would need level 30 or 40 gear, which by the time you're able to make the level 30 or 40 gear, you're now level 60. Yeah, and you need the tier 1 to make the tier 2 to then make... Bro, that was dreadful. And that's the tediousness I'm talking about. Not that that's not a cool premise. It's not that I don't have a problem with that, or that I do have a problem with that. I think that's cool for in-game gear, right? I think that is 100% a cool like idea and interesting, and I think it's worth exploring as an in-game gear viability, best in slot kind of crafting. But for a leveling purpose, it's fucking stupid. If you're trying to craft your gear while leveling, you spend 98% of your gameplay while leveling to max level just crafting your gear. Like, if you had all the gear available at your fingertips, it might take you 10 hours to max level, hypothetically speaking. But it takes you 100 hours or more just to craft one set of armor. So instead of it taking you an hour to get from, tier 1 gear to tier 2 gear, it now takes you 200 hours. It's like overinflation of fucking gameplay because you can't get your gear in a reasonable amount of time. That's a problem. And once again, it boils down to truly not that the game is bad. It's just the quality of life and mechanics of the game just are missing. They haven't ironed it out and figured out what the fuck they even want from their game. Right. And that's one of our problems. One of our crucial key problems is we're playing a lot of, like I said, kind of indie games or old games that haven't been touched in so long that most of the games are not very fun or enjoyable for that reason. Right? That's one of our big problems we have. And it is a problem. Like I said, and even if we went and played like top tier industry standard games, Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy 14, Albion, RuneScape, World of Warcraft, any of these top tier games, we're still going to find things we dislike about them. No matter how we look at it, no matter how we talk about it, we're going to find things we dislike about those games. Because everything has like something wrong with it. Like one of the things that I've always disliked about um World of Warcraft is their professions never felt in-game viable. It felt useless at the end of the day. I felt like, what is the point of leveling up a bunch of characters to have every profession maxed out when nothing that they can make, craft, or be obtained is truly of any substance, right? Yes, you can get enchants. Okay, once your gear is enchanted, what's the point of having an enchanter? Oh, I got a new piece of gear and I re-enchant it. Okay, cool, whatever. Alchemy and cooking. Okay, yeah, making feasts useful for when you're running raids. Alchemy useful for having potions and buffs, temporary stuff for raids. Okay, cool. But at the end of the day, once you have the raid gear and you're not raiding, you have to wait for the next raid to then farm more. You know what I mean? Like that, the consumable ones make some sense, but blacksmithing, there's no blacksmith armors that are typically best in slot, right? They might have pre-best gear or maybe almost bisque gear, but the actual true bisque gear isn't crafted. Very, very, very few instances and very few patches or expansions has like blacksmithing or leatherworking or any of those types of like true professions have ever had a best in slot craft. And even if they do, it's a single instance craft. Once you've crafted it once, there's nothing left to do. Right? So I feel like that is like the problem with WoW is the only thing you're farming is the consumables, aka gems, enchanting, alchemy, food, and the only reason you ever pick up like engineering or like any of those like one-off ones is if you are trying to make rocket boots or like defib pads or anything like that, and I have the wrong fucking weapon on. If you're ever trying to pick up like those things, if you're ever trying to make some of those for like min-max purposes, like I said, for like PvP purposes, or you're like trying to do some like challenge modes without like any reses, like the defib babs that have a chance to res somebody, but they're not really good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, those like one-off instances make kind of sense, but not really either. Oh man. Well, I said cooking as well. So, but I said cooking and alchemy, and I was talking about feasts. So I was kind of like combining the two instances, but yes. But anyway, like I don't know. That's one of the problems WoW has always had. It's like there's nothing really to do in the game other than like PvP and run raids. And what's the point of running a raid if you already have the gear? You know what I mean? And the raid gear doesn't translate to PvP gear, so if you want a PvP, you got a PvP to get your PvP gear. So once again, once you've raided and you've gotten your raid gear, what are you going to do with your raid gear? The same conundrum every MMORPG has is the grind to get the materials is the game. Once you have it, the game is over. You have nothing left to do. And then if you have nothing to do, you're just endlessly farming professions, which at the same time is kind of not enjoyable either. It's like, what are you going to do? You're going to grind money, and you have no gold sinks in WoW. There's nothing to sink your gold into that has any type of value. Oh, you can buy like cosmetic transmog stuff. You can buy maybe some mounts. Like maybe you can buy WoW tokens so you don't have to pay for your WoW subscription. Like, but then you're relying upon whales so you can play for free. I don't think you can convert the token into real money. I know you can use the token to prevent you from having to like buy a monthly subscription, but I don't think you can actually convert it back into real money. Can it? I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I didn't know that you could do that. That's pretty cool though. I like that, but I also dislike that. I like it because didn't like you can technically play it free to play and you don't have to you don't have to come out of pocket for your sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. You don't have to come out of pocket for the X packs, right? You can just play the game, have fun playing the game, and take that, the in-game currency to pay for the next expansion without having to come out of pocket. And it's kind of nice, saving some money. And you can also, take that a step further by buying the monthly memberships as well. So you don't have to pay the monthly membership. You don't have to pay for expansions. I kind of like that. And you can also take it a step further and you can buy mounts and other shop related premium items and things just for, bragging purposes or whatever. I don't hate that because it's all built in with the game. So you're relying upon someone swiping their credit card, right? Versus you RMTing. I actually like it. I don't hate it. I think it's a decent idea and a decent plan. Just different to know that you can actually buy it with in-game currency from a player that swiped their credit card and then reconvert it into cash on your side. Dumb question though. Is it only for WoW purchases, or can you actually purchase since it's a BattleNet, like you said, a BattleNet account, right? Can you actually purchase other BattleNet games like Diablo 4 expansions and like StarCraft 2 and things like that? Can you use that BattleNet account money for those games too? Because that's sick. If you're like a good enough money grinder to be able to do something like that, that's pretty sick. I don't dislike that at all. Because then that gives you that gives like a no lifer, somebody that really loves playing the game, someone like a kid or something that just doesn't have a lot of money, or like maybe it's somebody that likes playing games but just doesn't have a whole lot of money to themselves, like for themselves. It gives them the opportunity to be able to keep doing what they love doing, obviously at the expense of somebody else swiping their credit card. It gives them the opportunity to keep doing what they love uh without hurting their pockets. I kind of like it. I think that's really kind of, I wouldn't say genius, but it's considerate, I guess is the better word to use. I'll allow the message in a second, Tover. Don't worry about it. I still see it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So if it's on your BNet account, you can buy, Diablo 4 expansions and stuff like that. Which, like I said, that's the really interesting, cool part that I like. Because you might be a WoW player, but you also want to play Diablo when the new expansions come out or whatever. And now that you like, if you can just take, take a break from WoW and go play something else that you didn't have to pay money for, that's pretty cool, right? Because you just take your WoW experience and your WoW like efforts and you put it towards the cash to buy your game. Like I said, it's about like knowing your audience, right? You have a lot of people that are hardcore diehard fans and maybe they just don't have a lot of money to their name. They're on hard times, but whatever. This gives them the ability to still play and do what they like and XYZ. Blah, blah. Oh, I gotta change out my gear. I forgot I'm 75 now. Need to also accept that message. I don't know, Tover. I'm like I said, I'm kind of in this weird conundrum slash weird funk lately. It's not so much like my funk portraying towards like complaining about video games. It's just I don't know what I want to do. Like, it's been so many years since I have found a game that is just truly just completely like that completely envelops me. And it's not that I'm burnt out on games, because if I don't play a game, I don't know what to do with myself. Right? I truly, I have no idea what to do with myself if I'm not sitting at my computer playing something. It's just, I don't know what to play. I truly cannot think, like, when I was younger, obviously, like I said, I talked about this the other day, is like, the more experience you have, the more games you've played, the longer you've played games, the less enthusiasm you get from them, the less excitement you get from them, because you've seen it all, you've played it all, you've done it all, and it's less and less enjoyable the more you play games. And I'm at that point, where I'm old enough to where that's kind of a thing for me, obviously. But um I feel like it's a true problem now, because nothing, like when I was younger, I would not be able to sleep because I'm like, oh, I really want to log in and do this. I want to do that, or I need to do this, or I want to grind this out. Like, you know what I mean? I had those, like, that just all encompassing just feeling of, I just want to play. 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 Now it's like, yeah, whatever. Maybe I'll do it if I remember. Maybe. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of where I'm at. And that's sad. For how much I love playing video games, for how much I need video games in my life, like I said, it's finding that pivotal, like, piece that's missing of why I like certain things in certain games and why I hate it in other games. If I could find that critical piece, like, maybe I could pinpoint something that I like. I don't know. I'm just at a loss at this point. I don't know. Like, I want to play games. There's so many things that I want to play. There's so many things that I want to do. But I like log into the game and I start doing it. I'm just like, this is awful. I hate it. Like the Ragnarok thing. I love the idea of Ragnarok. I love the way it looks. I like seeing the videos. Like watching people play it. But the second I logged in to start doing it, I'm just like, I hate this. Why? And I'm like, asking myself, why do I hate this? Right? Like the first Descendant thing. I love the idea of it. I love watching people play it. I like seeing their builds. I like seeing how strong they are and all the gear they have. But then I do it myself and I'm like, I hate this. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to do with myself. And what's weird is the games that I enjoy watching people play, that I think are very entertaining and very enjoyable to see what people can do, I hate playing. Or I get really bored, or I lose interest in very quickly, or I find like these critiques that I dislike about the game that kind of just become all encompassing in my forethought of my brain every time I want to play the game. It's all I can think about is the things that I dislike about the game. But then the games that I watch people stream, and I cannot watch the game because it puts me to sleep. It's super boring. I hate watching them. It's not enjoyable in any way, shape, or form. I try and play those games, and I fall in love. I don't know what it is. It's like, if it's enjoyable to watch, I hate playing it. If it's terrible to watch, I enjoy playing it. For a prime example, there was a game. I don't remember what it was. But this one kind of is a 50-50 for me, but I like watching some people stream it, but I hate most people that stream it. Like, I hate watching most people. It gets too boring. But GTRP was one of those games that I watched certain people stream it, and it was super enjoyable to have on a second screen listening to what's going on. But 90% of the stream was boring. They were driving around, not really interacting with people, not really doing anything. It was just very meh, right? But then every once in a while something would happen and it would be super funny, and then it was like 1% of the stream was enjoyable, right? Or it was like worth watching. But when I actually played GTRP, I had not had so much fun playing a video game in so goddamn long. I literally would log in with no ambitions. I'd literally just log onto my character, start walking around, and shit would just happen. Right? I'd get kidnapped. I'd get, pulled into, some sort of heist. I'd fucking get into a car chase, just interacting with people, trying to do things and stuff. And just 8 hours would go by and I'm like, damn, where'd the time go? And I just was having a good time the whole time. Now, don't get me wrong, there was a lot of bad stuff with it too, aka like people would like avoid you. They wouldn't actually, role play. They would meta a lot. Like there was a lot of negative stuff with it. But majority of the time, if you found the people that were really good at RPing and really engaging and would talk to you and bro, you would have so much fucking fun. It was like some of the best times I've had gaming in the last decade. But it was so boring to watch. Absolutely boring as all boring. But what up, Pip? How's life been? Hey, yo, congrats on getting Mate his trophy. Appreciate it. I was working on it. I might have got it one day. But I appreciate it. Thanks for helping out with that. Alright, so let's pick up these. Can we just pick this up so I don't come back? Okay. Alright, so let's go grab what we need. Listen, I didn't mind doing it. It was just gonna take a while. And I know Mate didn't care, and I didn't care either. It was just a real slow, like, slog. Which, like I said, at the end of the day, it doesn't truly matter all that much, but... Alright, all that is taken care of. I'll do the last 100 kills. I'm gonna go take care of the animals. And then we'll spend the rest of the stream farming up new animals and some iron. Oh, man. But yeah, Tover, that's why I'm always interested in like trying something new. And like why you guys like whenever you guys show me like a game, I'm like, okay, that sounds cool, let's try it. Because I'm always interested in just trying something new to see if I can eventually find that one gem just to be entertained. Even for a day or two. Right? Like Fortune Mills. It's been fun for the last couple days. It's kept me entertained, it's kept me engaged. I'm having fun playing it. Rusty's Farm or whatever, that was fun, 100% completing the achievements on that. And things like, it's just like, I hate having to spend $5 to $10 on a game just to get 2 days of entertainment. Like, that's truly the problem. Because, like, I talked about it a long time ago, it's like, I don't like buying cheap games because the amount of cheap games I'd have to buy to keep myself entertained, like kind of indefinitely, I'd have to buy a new game like 2 or 3 times a week. So if I am spending, anywhere from like $10 to $30 a month or a week on video games, I wouldn't even be able to afford my mortgage. Right? It's too expensive. Yeah, it's still the cheapest entertainment value you can get. 7 days of entertainment for $30, you can't beat that. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely worth it, numerically speaking. But even if it's worth it, can you afford it? Like, I can't. A lot of people can, but I know I can't. Which is why I don't do it. So, I don't know. That's why I'm just like I play a lot of free games, right? Or games that you guys give me. Or I always circle back to games that I already have, trying to trying to entertain myself. And at the end of the day, it's just a losing battle. Like I still log in, I do a little bit of RuneScape stuff, a couple times a week. Just cycle back to like older games just to pass a couple hours here, a couple hours there. Just I don't know. We're at a real funk as of the last like couple of years. Just daisy chaining from one new game shit pile to another. And it's not that they're bad games. Like I said, this has great bones, this has great potential. It just needs time to cook and polish and add quality of life and just fix itself. It's just, do I want to be in the hole while they're fixing the hole? Or do I want to let it do what it's going to do and come back to it when it's done? Right? That's the real bread and butter of it, right? Do you want to be in the pot while it's cooking? Or do you want to be sitting at the table and get the finished product? Like a lot of people, they want to be part of the stew. They want to be in it. They want to be cooking with it. They want to be experiencing it while it's still cooking. And other people, they just want the finished product. They want that refined, top tier, just enjoyable. I get to just have a good time. And I don't have to deal with all the aches and pains along the way. Bro, like what the fuck is... Bro, for the love of God. Jesus Christ. Again, just more tediousness. Something that doesn't need to be a thing. So here's the true conundrum we have covered. It's not that I'm opposed to swapping games, but I feel like I'm finally like in a routine with the game where I've been playing it for like over a month, and not that I'm getting viewers from it, not that I'm retaining viewership or gaining any traction with it or anything. And it's not like the YouTube is really, exciting about it either. But I feel like I'm finally sticking to something for a longer period of time and not just changing my underwear every 5 seconds. And I feel like I kind of need that structure, that stability, that consistency from a streamer perspective. But that's the conundrum, right? That's the double-edged sword. It's like I'm not really here to become a streamer. I'm not really here to be big and popular and make a lot of money or anything like that. I'm not trying to be, thousands of viewers or anything like that. I just want to have the small community of people that I enjoy chatting with and hanging out with and just gaming as we game and just having a good time. And we're not really having a good time, right? And at the same time, if I'm not enjoying what I'm playing, I'm not going to be putting out any good quality entertainment, right? So that's the conundrum we have is I want to stay consistent. I want to stay kind of I want to kind of finish something, right? Like I started so many different Ironman playthroughs and so many different games, and I've started so many different collections of videos of progression from day one to day whatever. I've never finished any of it. It feels very wishy-washy. Like, why would somebody want to watch somebody that can't actually commit and finish something? Like, oh, he started this game as an Iron Man. Well, I give him a week, and he moves to another game, right? It's like, with that in mind, it's like any series I try to save off as a VOD, like, series, it never has a completion because I never complete it. Like the Iron Man playthrough of New World, not completed, right? I've never finished it. I've never finished our playthrough of Lord of the Rings on our Bjorn. I've never, finished any of my other playthroughs of any of my other Iron Mans. I feel like I'm almost like obligated to stick it out and finish each one of them, no matter how much I hate the game. Like I said, I'm in this conundrum. I'm like wrapped up in this like straitjacket, kind of just stuck, and I don't know what to do. Yeah, that's the thing. I just like, I mean, like I'm stuck in this like weird, just conundrum, double-edged sword where everything I want to do or everything I should do is like kind of competing with each other. Like to grow a channel, you typically need to be consistent on what you're playing regularly, and you need to enjoy what you're doing, and you need to put out quality stuff all simultaneously, by being regular and consistent. And problem is none of that is a straight line for me. I enjoy it for a while, and then I get annoyed with it or I get bored with it, and then I no longer enjoy it. So if I'm not enjoying it, I'm putting out subpar content. If I'm putting out subpar content, then it's not helping me, it's hurting me. And if it's not helping me, I should change games, but changing games also hurts me. So I'm in a very weird, anomalous just problem with it. I don't, and there's no real solution, is the true problem. Um, let's start with chickens. I feel like starting with chickens is a good idea because pigs and cows have manure that come out the back, obviously. And if I'm dealing with getting too close to the altar, um, then I have to worry about actually accessing the altar while walking by. I need to have a little space between the altar and the pigs and cows. Like sheep and goats. Actually, I think goats have something too. And we're gonna go farm cows and stuff. Like I said, there is a lot of things I do like about this game, but it's just the things that we constantly complain about, the things that we constantly are disliking, and things that are ruining the game for us is all the quality of life and just lack of fixing of tediousness, and it's completely and utterly overshadowing the enjoyment we're having of the game. And like I said, it is showing in our streams. And usually when Tover starts to be like, well, another shit game, all we're gonna do is hear you bitch and complain and blah blah blah. Like when he gets to that point, I know he's tired of listening to me bitch. And I know it's probably a problem. Like at that point, like I said, it's hurting the viewer retention, it's hurting, the potential growth of the channel and the entertainment and the enjoyment, because I'm just kind of fed up with the shit that I'm dealing with. And I know like every so often, like I feel like we get into the same conversation, like every time I get to the end of a game before we swap. We have the same conversation every time. And every time I have no solution. Alright, animals are down. Let us head down here. Actually, we need to empty our inventory up and get ready for a huge haul. I have no idea what you're talking about, Fip, about 7 out of 8 pets for looting. Are you talking about the trekking and idle skilling? You only got 4 hours of sleep thanks to the thunderstorms. Bro, we had thunderstorms yesterday. Bro, those things were wild. I was working and my lights were flickering and shit. It was crazy. Terrible alarm that woke you up at night. Dude, that's terrible. Yeah, it's that infectious part, Topher. It's like I said, remember on day one when I ran like the first couple days where I was running into those things, I was like, oh, this is tedious. Oh, this is annoying. Why is this a thing? This needs to be fixed. This is a problem. Blah, blah, blah. I was nitpicking at the game right off the bat, right? And it's like I said in the very beginning, it's these types of things that ruin a game. It's making things tedious and annoying that make people quit the game because they have to deal with it. It's like this gnat flying around your head day in and day out. It just ruins any enjoyment you have in a game, right? That is where I kind of just I get to, right? It's I'm those things are kind of just nagging at me, and they're in my face, and they're in my face, and they're in my face over and over and over again. It's just nag, 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 nag. And it's like day in and day out. It's like the level of irritation grows every single day, and eventually you get to that breaking point where you're just fed up with it. It's in your face, like boom, and you just snap, right? And then like you said, it's kind of like a funk after that. It's like once you've gotten to that point, there's no going back. There's no fixing it, right? It's like if you have this dog that's constantly pissing on the floor and you're constantly cleaning up after this dog, and you're cleaning up and you're cleaning up and you're cleaning up, and then just the one day dog pisses on the floor and you're like, I'm fucking done, and you just like lose your shit, and you give the dog away to somebody else. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things. At the end of the day, like that's what it kind of boils down to. All right, let's just get rid of the gold. Go put these in the house. Keep the coal. We can get rid of the silver. We can consume that stuff. And then this needs to go to the other place. All right, we're almost emptied, and then we're gonna go. Because like I said, there are things about this game I do like, and I just hope. Like I said, at some point, I'm just gonna have to quit the game. There's no way around it. I will just have to quit the game, and that's fine. I'm not opposed to it because this game is just not. It's not progressing at the speed at which it needs to fix the problems that it has. To keep me in the game currently. Which sucks because, like I said, I would like to finish my Ironman playthrough. I really would, but there's no way it's gonna do that. It's missing too much stuff. And like I said, the progression of it is just not fast enough. Like the quality of life additions and the tediousness the fixes and stuff, it's just they're not there. Yeah, like I said, it just needs time to cook and needs time to polish. And I think it's a game that I would like to play in the future, but I know me that 3 or 4 years down the road, if the game is still existent, I'll look at it and be like, well, did they fix this? Nope. Okay, I'm not playing the game. Right? It's just going to be one of those things. Or if I log in and the first thing that pops into my face is something that I dislike, I'm just going to close it. No matter how good the game is. And yeah, Pip, I'm with you on that. It's like a good indie game, a good small dev community, it needs years. Like, Eidolon wasn't good when it came out. Right? What was it, 10 years later, it's finally a good game. But then he's literally throwing it in the blender and making it a pay to win game. So he's like killing it at the same time. finally gets to a good state in the game and he fucking ruins it. But like I agree, like since it is a single you know, kind of game in indie with not a lot of like resources, it needs a lot of time. And yeah, it was a year in alpha or early access before the full release in February, and they've come a massive way in that time period. Before the combat didn't even work. Now the combat at least works, right? Um, so they've done a lot. They've come a long way, and props and kudos to them. I just feel like it's so far away from just a finished product. It's just I still can't hit escape and pull up the menu. It's something so tedious. Like, why? Why can't I hit escape? I'm so annoyed about it. Ugh, it's so dumb. Like, why is that even a problem? Anyway, like I said, I'm in, like I said, Tover, I'm in that funk. I'm in that point where I do need a new game, and maybe we'll start a new game this. What's today? Wednesday, Thursday, yeah. So maybe we'll start a game next week. I don't know what game we're gonna do. We're gonna have to have a conversation about that because I don't know what to play next. Uh, but I think we should probably start a new game. And I'll probably do this on the side. Or should I? See, the problem is like I want to continue growing this character, but I feel like growing this character off stream ruins the process of finishing the Ironman down the road. That makes any sense? But then also, if I'm not progressing those certain things off stream, I mean, at the end of the day, does it really matter if I'm on the leaderboards or not? Does it truly matter? Because like that at that point, it's like I've been pushing so hard because I wanted to get on the leaderboards, but do I need to be on the leaderboards? You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I'm kind of torn about it. What up, Stun? Hanging for drops sounds good, Stun. I appreciate it. Thanks for using the code. So much appreciated. Yeah, for $1, like I said, don't get like take what I say, Stun, with a grain of salt. I'm kind of in a funk with the game right now. I like the game. I think the game is great, but as an avid MMO player, the game is lacking a lot of quality of life slash polishment. So it has a lot of tedious aspects and annoyances that are glaring in your face on a regular basis that will over time erode the enjoyment you get from the game. Um, I catch it. Okay. I guess I caught it, but I didn't catch it. Good talk. So I think today and tomorrow is probably our last days of playing this game, and we're gonna start something new on. Oh. Oh. What the? I think my game is broken. So yeah, don't let what I say kind of scare you away from the game. 100% for $1, there's no way that you can pass it up. Like you'll get your money's worth out of it 1000%, and then down the road in the future, after they've polished it, added more content, refined some things, removed a lot of the tediousness, the game will be phenomenal. Got great bones, got great like prospects. There's a lot of like goodness and greatness to the base and the bones to the game. It's just because it's a single dev kind of person that's doing all the work, he needs a lot of time to work through all the stuff while adding content at the same time. It's gonna take time. And if you're interested in being in the stew pot while it's cooking and while it's progressing and dealing with the growing pains at the same time, and if you're fine with that, game will be right up your alley as long as you like PvP. Um, but if you're not interested in dealing with the growing pains and the weird, tedious 1,000 step process to do one action, or just weird annoyances, I mean, you have it, you bought the game, play it for a little while, enjoy it for a little while, put it on the shelf for a little bit, and come back to it on and off until it finally gets to a great spot, right? So it's a single dev done, but I think there's eight. There's a group of like 8 people supposedly that is the company. One guy is the coder. The other 7 are like GMs and stuff like that. Like they deal with the other portion of the game. So the one guy is doing all of the heavy lifting for all the coding of the game and everything. But that is a big like thing, right? And PvP is the main reason. Okay, so if you're a PvPer, this game is 1,000% up your alley. And a lot of the tediousness probably won't be so apparent in your face as a problem. So you're probably in the right spot, right? And I would say Steam reviews are probably somewhat helpful, but the overall Steam reviews are very skewed because the early Steam reviews from when it was in early access before February were absolutely atrocious because the game truly didn't work. Combat literally didn't work. You couldn't combat. A lot of the weapons didn't work. The attacks didn't work. Nothing worked. So they finally worked through that process, got it all up and running. They full released in February after Ashes of Creation and New World paradox problems. They announced it then, and they've come a long way since February. They've added a ton of content. They've got a bunch of balance changes and bug fixes, and like they've come in an amazing way in that time period. But they have a long way to go. And I'll give you a glaring example. Have you ever played any live service game or MMO or just almost any game in all that you can't hit escape to bring up this menu? Have you ever played a game that escape does not bring this menu up? This is the tediousness I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying, son. That's the bizarre shit I'm talking about. With how good, like, the game is massive. The game is absolutely ridiculously massive. The amount of like map and design and the amount of like creatures and stuff, like there's a lot of like meh portions I can talk about when it comes to the game. Like the gear, every gear that drops in the game drops from all the mobs. So all this armor drops from the same mob on everything. That's just the tier of the gear changes. So when you drop it from this mob, it's gonna be 50 gear. But if you come over to the 60 guy, it's the same gear, but it's 60. If you go to the 75 guy, you get the 75 version. If you go to the 100 guy, you get the 100 version. Right? It's the same exact gear, but it's just a different level with different stats. Right? Like the stats scale to the level of the gear. And there's brackets. There's level 60, there's level 75, and level 100. There's no in betweens. So, but anyway, the map is massive. Like this zone isn't open yet, and this zone isn't open yet. So they still have 2 zones they haven't released yet. They have 9 islands. They have sea content. They have land content. They have like 30 something professions to work on. They have a whole ton of PvP stuff, and they're revamping dungeons because they're absolutely dog trash right now. They're gonna have territory control so you can declare war on people and do castle wars and castle sieges. They're gonna add a worker system eventually and a card system, which I don't know what that is. But they have a lot in the game. But the fact that simple shit like being able to hit escape to bring up this window is kind of fucking crazy. I can't even hit escape. Oh, I can actually hit escape to close it now. That didn't used to be a thing. Well, that's something. But like there's in the hotkey section, there's a lot of hotkeys you can't. There's no hotkey for it, but there is a hotkey, right? So for example, tab brings up this content menu, but if you look at the actual hotkeys button, like the shortcuts, it's not in here. You can't set the hotkey for it. It's just a default button built into the game that you can't change. You get now, you see my conundrum, Stun. I like the game. The combat is smooth. The combat is very intuitive and simple and basic, but also it has its flair of efficiency where you can min-max it and, you know, have fun with it. That the combat is great. The open world is great. Or another one, you can strafe, right? You can run forward, you can strafe, whatever. You can get on your mount. You can run and you can strafe. You can sprint while strafing, zigzagging back and forth while holding W and A and D, right? You know, back and forth. But if you're on your feet and you're sprinting, you cannot strafe. So now, if I wanted to go around like a rock, right? Or like this bush. Let's say I was getting stuck on, I'll go over here. If I'm running, and I get stuck on a rock, I can't strafe. I have to literally look to go around. You can't change the UI. Like you can change certain things. So like you can change the position of this. You can change the position of your map. And the position of your chat boxes and the party system. But like your hotkeys and stuff, your thing at the top, your notification window, all of that is kind of set. Like I said, it's this there's a handful of other tedious things with the game. Like I said, I bitch about this game and I've been bitching about it for months, and I'm getting to the point where I'm just going to quit the game and come back to it. But take that with a grain of salt, because it's not that the game is bad. It's the game needs time to cook. And like I said, for $1, you'll get your money's worth out of it. You'll have a blast. You'll play it for 10 to 100 hours. Like I'm over 1,000 hours. Yeah, I have almost 2,000 hours in this game. And I'm still, there's enjoyment that I have from this game. I'm just pissed that the fact that there's certain glaring, tedious actions that have never been fixed, that have never been addressed, that are just annoying as absolute all hell. Exactly, Stun. It's like just doing the storyline, because the storyline only goes to level 50. Just doing the quest line and getting from the starting city here to the level 50 city, which I think is here, is going to take you like 5 to 10 hours if you bum rush it as hard as possible. And once you're done with that, it's free game to do whatever you want. Now, the one thing I will say, I don't know if you can even hear me because I think an ad's playing. Is if you want a heavy PvP, you have to get to level 100. No, okay, sweet. You have to be level 100 to experience the true PvP. And the reason for this is because the way the brackets work is if you want to do like the arena stuff, it puts you into brackets based off of your level. So I'm level 75, so my bracket is 75 to 99. Most players at PvP are level 100. So I can't play against the level 100 players until I'm level 100. But even if I was to play against them, I'm severely handicapped because they have the level 100 gear and I only have the level 75 gear. Right? So it's one of those things that if you want to compete you want to PvP and you want to play against other players and so on and so forth, you have to just bum rush to 100. I think something's like either my game is broken or the game is shitting itself right now. Yeah, I don't know what is wrong with the game right now, but like the horses aren't running away. I can't tame any animals. Can't interact with any of the interactables. Only thing I can do is mine. My like stop band or something? Like what the fuck's going on here? Oh, I tamed one. Oh yeah. It actually worked this time. Oh, but yeah, there's nothing to like. The problem with one of the glaring issues with the game is there's nothing to truly discover in the game. Like, there's no like hidden features or jump puzzles or any cool little aspects to discover or anything like that in the game, right? Uh, so it's like that's kind of a lacking point. But they do have world bosses that people don't fight. They do have, like I said, a lot of like professions that you can get in on. There's an interactive map that can be somewhat useful for figuring out where you can like find ores and materials and things for gathering purposes or whatever. But the one thing I definitely dislike is like I like playing a game where when you're farming mobs, certain mobs are unique to dropping specific materials, right? They drop like a specific unique item, or you have a reason to farm that specific mob because he drops something like unique or something. That doesn't exist in this game. Every mob drops the same stuff. So the mobs are just kind of meh. They're very boring, they're very just there's no flair to it. There's no excitement from grinding mobs. But you have to do it for two reasons. One, for EXP growth. Two, because they're the only way to obtain pets in the game, and you need pets to kind of min-max. It's one of the ways to make gold and get items and stuff. But like I said, for $1, you'll get your money's worth out of it, and then worst comes to worst, you can always come back to it every like couple months and test out the new additions and the changes, and see if the game's progressing in the right direction. Like there's potential. But don't go, like I said, just go into it with your eyes open for sure. Now, if you do want, I could go over a lot of the aspects of the game so you kind of have an idea going into it, knowing like what you're shooting for, what you're trying to do, if you make sure you're on the right path or whatever. I can help you out a little bit if you need or want, just for informational purposes, because you're not going to find much information online. There's not a whole lot of wiki, there's not a whole lot of videos on things, there's not a whole lot of guides, like there's not a whole lot of anything. So most of the information you're gonna find is word of mouth from streamers, people that have been playing it. So yeah. The only thing that I would like say before you get started, because it's not something that will throw you off, but it's not something that the tutorial goes over or any of the quests really go over or anything, is when you get into the game, every time you level, if you press C, bring up the character sheet, you get talent or stat points, and you need to use these. I can't tell you how many people play this game and they get to like level 20 or 30 and they're can't understand why they can't kill a level 10 mob and they keep dying, right? Or they're spamming potions to stay alive between like fighting one mob at a time. And they're just getting their absolute shit pushed in. It's because they're not putting points in here. I ran into the same exact problem. I was level 10. I tried to kill a level 5 and I got one shot. I had level 10 gear on. And I got literally like one or two tapped by the mob. They were just way too strong. I couldn't kill. I literally do like 5% of their life in a single hit. using an ability or whatever, and then I'd just get one tapped and I'd fall over and die. I'm feeling good today, May. Fit. I got a decent amount of sleep. I got like 6 hours of sleep and I woke up at 8. So I didn't wake up super early today. Like I didn't wake up at like 4 or 5 in the afternoon after sleeping for like 4 hours. So I'm feeling pretty energetic right now. And my rant of annoyance of the game is kind of keeping me engaged at the same time, even though it's something you guys don't want to have to listen to me complain and bitch and moan and just whatever, but it is keeping me somewhat talkative and active and engaged. So yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, Stun. If you don't put points in, you will not progress. Um, that's one thing, and the second thing is, you 100,000%. Now they kind of talk about it, but they don't talk about how important it truly is. But the houses you can build, you need to build them. And I don't mean you need to build on them. I don't mean you need to take a lot of time and to whatever. What I'm saying is the altars you can craft because okay, let me backpedal. You have to do the storyline to unlock aspects of the game. So you can't even build a house until you go through a certain amount of quests. You can't even chop down trees or mine or any of the professions until you do certain quests. So you have to do the quest line. That's step one. The sandbox game, but you have to do the quest chain. Once you've unlocked the quest chain, you've done some of the things or whatever, and you can start doing things. The second you can make a house, you need to make a house. And all you need to do is hit U, and it costs you 160 wood. So you have to do the quest to unlock chopping and the quest to do mining, so you can do stone. Technically, you can get this without chopping and mining, but it takes way too long. So get those, quests out of the way. It'll be somewhere around rune mode when you get it. I think this is rune mound is about the quest chain part where you unlock that. But once you have that and you can make your altar, you need to make this. And the reason I say this is if you look at my notification window up here in the top right, when I do something, let me find something really quick. Here's an ore. Okay. You'll see in the notification I received ores and blah blah blah, but you'll also see character XP and a few other things pop up. So right here, you see that says clan altar XP, individual altar XP, character XP, and then the items and stuff like that, and the mining XP. So what that is, when you have an altar down, like a personal altar or a clan altar or both, if you're within 5,000 meters of the altar, doing anything that gives XP levels up the altar, right? So the altars can level up to different levels, which increases its AoE, like radius at which you can place blocks. So it allows you to place more blocks in a bigger radius, and that's basically it. But the thing that they don't really apparently put in your face is when you're within 5,000 meters and you're gaining clan XP, like altar XPs, that altar XP is actually increasing the XP you're getting towards whatever you're doing, right? So let's say you're like right now I got 210 mining XP for hitting that node, but I also got 100 and something personal XP and clan XP. So each altar, that XP that's getting added to the altar is actually also being added to my mining. So it's basically a 50% EXP boost to whatever you're doing. So if you want to level faster, you want to be within 5,000 meters of your altars. disclaimer. So like I said, basically having a clan altar and a personal altar within 5,000 meters of whatever you're doing, like combat or professions, basically doubles your EXP gain. So to simplify things, to make things faster, what I recommend is doing exactly what I did, and I can show you if you want, but it's basically just pressing U and building just the bare minimum basic bitch altar. Don't put anything else on it. Just put a few materials in it so it doesn't decay and die. And then if you right click, you can go to the clan one. And once you purchase a clan, which is 12 million coins, which is really easy to obtain after, you know, a short while of playing, get 12 million coins, make your own clan temporarily, and then place both altars down in one of the blue zones, unless you really want to be hypey with it for a little extra, put it in a red zone, but people can kill them. That's a PvP zone, so your base can be raided and destroyed, but it gives you extra XP. If you see right here, while the altar is in this area, 5,000 meters increases, are increased by 50% weapon experience, character experience, and profession experience or whatever. So everything is increased by even more for being in a red zone. So if you put both your clan and your personal altar in here, you'll basically get, instead of 100% bonus XP, you'll get 200% bonus XP. And like I said, you don't have to build on it. You just like, so let's say you're doing your quest lines and stuff. You go in here and you drop a personal and a clan. Boom, right? Someone might kill it. It doesn't really matter. It's no sweat off your back. You can just rebuild it later if you want. But basically, like 3 times XP while you're grinding mobs and trying to get to 50 to get your quest chain done. And then once you got your quest chain done, you can then move it to like the level 60 zone, and you can drop it like, you know, here or wherever. Because 5,000 meters is huge. Like, put it in perspective, Stun, is I'm currently down here. My altar is way up here. And I'm not even 4,000 meters. So I have another 1,000 meters I can go, which is like way out here, before I'm out of my 5,000 meter radius. So if you think about that, that's like, this right here takes up almost the entire desert in a 5,000 meter radius. So when it comes to your altar, like I said, putting it here would go all the way out to here, right? So it encompasses this whole area. If you put it here, it would encompass like Sorrow Town all the way over to like here. If you put it here, it would go all the way up to like here, all the way down to like here. If you put it like here, it would get all the way up to like here, and then all the way down to like, you know, here roughly, right? It encompasses this whole area. Like, so you have options. You can even put it right here on this one, and it would encompass like the whole desert. So you don't have to move it much, but it can get tedious having to move it, because if you put chests in there and you're storing materials and items and stuff, you have to take everything out, or you're just going to cuck yourself. Like, everything's just going to end up in the bank, and it's going to just be, it's going to suck. That's the bottom line. But like, that's the only thing that you really need to know. I mean, now if you want a little food for thought, we can talk about like some of the different weapons, but like, that's something you can just read when you get into the game, and you can test them out yourself, because it gives you one of every weapon and you can read each weapon. Something they don't tell you is, I don't know if you ever played Throne and Liberty, but that's kind of how you level up your character. Is you kill mobs to farm books, and then you use the books to upgrade the skills, right? So, you know, to level this from level 1 to level 2, I need a green book, and I need an unused talent point, right? But what people are worried about is when you do a reset, all the books you spent, what happens to them? They actually get refunded to you through the mail. So don't worry about, you know, putting books in, because you're not going to have to refarm your books. You're not going to be out of books. They just get refunded to you. So that's just something that, food for thought. Don't be worried for resetting and trying things. Just have fun and explore it, and you're not going to cuck yourself. I promise. That's what I'm saying. There's zero info online, stun, and this is just stuff that I've trial and errored myself, right? Things that I have found just from playing the game, and that's why it says like this information just isn't written somewhere. There's no guides on it, there's no wikis on it, there's none of that stuff. This is just stuff that the player base has just learned over time and figured out, and it's just the only way to know is to ask somebody or talk to somebody. So I'm happy to help. It's just like I said, go into it eyes open, that you're going to run into things that are just annoying. Like there's another glaring problem with the inventory system. There's actually two things I want to talk about on this topic. Is one thing that they don't talk about, they don't go over, is your inventory management sucks dick. Okay. It's just like Black Desert to a point where you have weight carry system and slot carry system. So it's fine. You can make it work. It's not that big of a deal. Some people dislike it, but honestly, at the end of the day, it's truly not a big deal. The problem is organization sucks, right? So organizing your stuff, keeping it all like in a way where your OCD or your brain can actually fathom what's in what place can get tedious. But there is a drop down up here. So there's tabs, right? So you can switch it to armor, you can switch it to weapons, and you can simplify it this way to a point. Or option 2, there's a drop down, and this is also the same drop down that you can see in the bank system as well. But you can organize your inventory by type or by grade or by weight or durability. However you want to organize it, you can do that. And it simplifies your inventory. And I use this in the bank mostly, but you can also do it in your inventory. This does not get talked about either, but it is a nice useful button once you know it exists to simplify like what you're looking like if you're looking for things or you want to keep things like you want to keep things organized or whatever. It's a very good thing. Now the other thing I'll talk about is another annoyance thing, like I was saying before, is the tediousness of this game, trying to figure out like there is a problem with the I think it's the bank system. So you can only store things in stacks of 1,000, whether it's your inventory or banks or whatever. And the problem you run into is you can the banking system for some apparent reason doesn't allow you to put things in or take things out if you have a full stack, right? So what I mean by that is um let's say you have 1,000 coal in your inventory and you have 1,000 coal in the bank. If you try to put 1,000 stack from your inventory into the bank when the bank is already full at 1,000, it won't go in. You have to manually drag and drop it in, which is fucking dumb. And then on top of this, if you try to do the opposite, it won't pull it out because it's like, oh, you have a stack, but it's full, so I can't take this stack out. It's a weird glaring issue that they've never fixed. So that's kind of annoying. Um, Stun, I'm gonna spoil this for you, but the upgrade system in this game, in my opinion, is worse than BDO. In my opinion, take that with a grain of salt, and I can explain why if you want. Yeah, like I said, there's just it's just polish. It's refinement, it's polish, it's quality of life, little tedious annoyances that you're gonna run into here and there, stun. And as long as you avoid them, the game is great. But if you have to interact with those tediousnesses often, it can get really irritating. Signed until like twice a year. I mean, have you ever really gotten into BDO? Bro, I've been playing MMOs since like 2000. Like obviously before that I was just like playing, you know, NES, Super NES, PlayStation, Xbox, you know, before I got a computer and started playing like computer games. So it was like there was no like online MMO stuff to really do back then. It was all like consoles and LANing and stuff with your friends and stuff. Before the internet really became popular. You know, the good old days sitting on your couch with some cheesy poofs and some like hot dogs and stuff with your friends in front of the TV playing like Mega Man and Zelda, Duck Hunt and stuff like that, you know. Just the good old days, man. Back in my day. The good days, man. Yeah, let's just say I started playing RuneScape in original RuneScape when you needed to actually sleep in a sleeping bag. Obviously, I wasn't there when they had the beds. I was there when they added the sleeping bags, which, you know, was a little after the bed. But you had to sleep in a sleeping bag to actually continue progressing, to like gain XP, because you could only gain XP until you like hit a cap. Oh, like, yeah, there's a guy talking to me in game, saying he likes my stream and stuff, and I'm like, you haven't said a word in the game though. All right, you haven't said a word in my stream. I don't have a problem with it. You want to lurk in my stream and have me in the background? I'm totally down for it. I just find it funny that like you're just gonna DM me in game, and I've never seen you like in my stream, but you're obviously somehow in my stream, which I'm fine with. It's just like, because that's something I would do. I'm a big lurker on like in Twitch. I never say a word in Twitch, but if I like I'm playing a game that that streamer's playing, I'll drop a message to him if I see him or whatever. You know, like there's another streamer. Her name is Lady Bandit Cat or whatever. She's really nice. She's rated me a handful of times, but she plays the crap out of this game, and she's really nice. But I saw her randomly in a town the other day, and I basically don't talk in her chat, right? I lurk and stuff. But like I was like, oh, fancy meeting you here, and she's like, oh, hey, how you doing? And we just both just started dancing in town. You know what I mean? It's just like one of those kind of things where I don't really talk in game, or I don't really talk in stream, but I'll talk in game. Lineage 2, Ragnarok Online. Yeah, Ragnarok was a great game, but like I didn't get to play it when it was first out because I was just doing other things. But I just I tried playing it more like traditionally now, and it's, yeah, it's a hard one. You started in ours in '04. Oh, okay, yeah. I remember they got rid of the sleeping bags after a while, and it just simplified the game so much. Yeah, I mean, my account's over 20 years old. They're roughly 20 years old. At least when they started counting the age, you know. My wife's is like I think 6 months older than mine. But Yeah, a max character. I play a RuneScape 3 instead of old school though, so I'm kind of a traitor to all RuneScape players. But yeah, super fun game. I wish more games were more like RuneScape. But yeah, if you need help with BDO stunt, don't hesitate to ask. I have almost 20,000 hours in that game as well. Granted, probably 3/4 of those hours are AFK, but I do know a lot about that game as well. The only thing I don't really know about that game is the PvE combat, or let me just say combat in general. I was never a big PvE grinder or PvPer, period. So like the ability rotations and min-max like efficiency methods of combat and grinding, I don't really know. I know a lot about the professions and just the core game itself that I can give you knowledge on, but the rest of it, it's basically just you gotta, there's tons of information on that game. So if you need like character rotations or ability rotations for PvP and PvE or anything like that, I mean, that's just Googleable. I mean, I can give you the down and dirty and explain each character to you and trying to point you in the right direction for what character to play, suit your play style and stuff like that. But I won't be able to say, okay, you're going to need to use this ability into this ability to flow into this, to do that, to prioritize this proc when this. I won't be able to do any of that kind of stuff. But I love BDO. BDO, we've talked about it before, is probably my favorite MMO of all time. But the thing that makes it my favorite also makes it one of my most hated games. And it's the conundrum I have with gaming in general, which is the thing that started off the rant to begin with at the beginning of the stream, is the things I love about video games are the things I hate about video games. And BDO is a prime example. The thing that I love about it is the grind, but the thing I hate about it is the grind. So I can never be satisfied because the things that I love about video games are also the things that I hate about video games. So it's kind of a dog shit setup for me. Yeah, so the problem I had with BDO when I started, and it still holds true to this day, is it doesn't hold your hand, it doesn't explain anything, it doesn't teach you anything. There's so many obscure just things. You have to live on Google almost and Google everything, but you don't know what to Google until you know it exists. So the idea of you don't know what you don't know is 100,000% BDO. And that's the thing, Stone, is like game companies, they're like, they listen to the players. The players like, I want this, I want this, give me this, give me this. They give it to them like, I don't want this. It's like, you've been like, well, let's take New World for example. Players in New World have been bitching and complaining and wanting, obviously this is before they decided to shut it down. They want mounts. They've wanted mounts since day one the game came out. And they finally give them mounts and they're like, well, this is terrible. I don't want mounts. Like, bitch, you've been asking for mounts for over 3 years. We give you a mount and now you're pissed about it. Right? That's the true MMO player in a nutshell. They want something until they have it and then they realize they don't really want it. Right? It's like, I want there to be a grind, but then once I have something to grind for, I don't want to grind for it. Right? This is the true problem. But yeah, BDO is one of those games that it doesn't hold your hand at fucking all. It gives you zero help, and you have to literally just either bang your head against a brick wall indefinitely until you finally figure out an aspect that could take you 5 seconds to Google, or you gotta live on Google. And you gotta daisy chain from forum posts to Reddit posts to Steam posts to YouTube to comments to more YouTube to more, video external websites. And it's, bro, you just live on a spreadsheet. So that's one of the downsides to BDO is you're literally you're playing the game 30% of the time and you're on a spreadsheet or another screen in a website for the other 70% of the time. Because most of BDO is semi AFK. Either semi AFK or full AFK. Like, For example, and there is a small amount of pay for convenience in the game. I wouldn't say pay to win. You could technically swipe your credit card and actually get a huge amount of progression, but you'll never be bis by swiping your credit card because the amount of money you would have to swipe your credit card for is in the tens of hundreds of thousands. The amount of money you would have to swipe your credit card for to actually be top tier like gear and stuff is astronomical. But there are key items and purchasables that make life tolerable in the game. Blizzard syndrome. Oh god. Yeah, and that's the thing, Stone, is like they complain that they want something, you give them what they want, and then they complain that you gave them what they asked for. It's like it's a fucking conundrum. Yeah, fuck Blizzard. I'm kind of with you on that. I played WoW from 2004 till about 2019 religiously, and then I just finally got fed up with it. And I just kind of cold cut turkey, just never went back. I did try Diablo. I did like Diablo 3, but it was way too cookie cutter and simple, so I got really bored of it really fast. The second they got rid of the auction house, I had no reason to ever play the game again. And then when Diablo 4 came out, I played it for the first month. They came out with the first season, and I uninstalled the game. It wasn't that I was pissed that they came out with the season, because I like playing, Path of Exiles and stuff like that. I don't mind seasons. It's just they fixed it after the fact in like season 2, but the fact that all the effort I put into the just account itself of like unlocking all the Lilith statues and doing the campaign to unlock all the towns and stuff, I had to redo. Now unlocking the towns I don't have a problem with because it's like basically just pushing through the campaign to push through the campaign to unlock stuff. So like any other ARPG leaders or season, you have to redo the campaign. I don't have a problem with that, but having to regather all the Lilith statues was a fucking that was a slap in the face. That was literally like, hey, sucks to suck, bitch. And I was bored because it was like, oh, nothing changed from the release to the season. They didn't add any seasonal content or bonuses. And there's an ad, so I'm going to wait a few minutes. I don't know if you have ads, Stun. Let me know if you're in one or not in one. I like to hold my conversations until I know people are out of ads so no one misses anything. And then I take this time to catch up on chat as well. So here's the dilemma I have is I've already made up my mind that I'm gonna play something come Monday. So what's the point of me gathering animals and playing the game for the next 2 days if I'm just gonna drop the game and play something else? This is the same problem I had with the other game. Well, I don't remember what game we were playing. It's like, oh, this is the last day I'm gonna play the game. I'm like, this is the last day I'm gonna play the game. Why am I playing it? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I'm trying to like complete a goal and that's why I'm quitting because I'm about to complete my goal. I'm just quitting it because I'm bored of it. So what's the point of continuing to play the game? Why don't I just start a different game? This is the same revelation I had last time. The only reason why like I don't mind sitting here playing the game is because I do like the new players. Like Stun came in, Stun had questions. I'm able to sit here and have conversation with Stun because Stun knows that I'm playing this game, so knows to ask me questions about this game. Now if I switch games, Someone needing help in this game isn't going to go to another game and ask questions about this game. Now they would if they knew me and they've been following my channel already, that they know they can come in and ask me. But I'm not going to find someone looking for questions on this game if I'm not playing this game. Once again, that's not a big deal because I'm kind of fed up with the game right now anyway. But I don't know. It's hard to hype the game up to somebody when you're kind of over it and you have no like negative, like you don't have anything truly bad to say about the game. But at the same time, it's like I can't be like, yes, you need to play this game. It's fucking phenomenal. It's the best. You know, blah 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 blah. Oh man. Bro, I am pissed, beyond pissed of what they did to New World. I fucking love New World. Like you brought up the AGS and like what they did in New World. I'm so pissed. Like, in what boardroom, in what fucking reality do you think that dumping money into an expansion to then releasing the expansion for free, making everything else free up until that point, giving everybody everything that they ever wanted, releasing new raids, new zones, new this, new that, revamping all this stuff, putting the game in the best place it has ever been since release. And then a month later saying, "Oh, hey, by the way, yeah, we're shutting the doors next year." Like, what? What kind of business model is that? Like, what in what reality does that make sense? Like, I don't have a problem with them closing the doors. I don't have a problem with them cutting their losses and, you know, shelving the project. But bro, that should have been more of like a 6 months later kind of announcement. Like, they should have given us the product, they should have gave us the stuff, maybe made the DLC $15 or $20, maybe $10, you know, and just kind of kept it in line with the previous one. And they should have saw how the numbers were, they should have seen the trends and, you know, follow the player patterns and be like, is it working, is it not working? And then if it wasn't working, then pull the plug. Don't go into it eyes open thinking, like, knowing that you're gonna pull the plug after dumping money into an expansion. It doesn't make sense. You just poured money into an expansion that you knew you were shutting down. That's literally throwing money away. That just doesn't make sense. Bro, Lord of the Rings Online. Yo, we love some Lord of the Rings Online. That shit's fire. What's SWG? Bro, you have you given RS3 a chance, Stun? Bro, they pissed more than millions away, Stun. All the production time, all the resources they dumped into all their other games, all their other industry portions, and all the other resources that they have, like, you know, been paying for up until this point, literally have amounted to nothing. They have pissed away probably hundreds of millions just because they want out. Like, there are so many better ways to get out of the industry other than doing what they did. Like the cop out of, oh, we don't want to be in that industry anymore. We're going to go in the lines of AI generated bullshit. It's like, okay, that's fine. Pass your stuff off, right? Sell it to another company, right? If another company is willing to pay you 25 million for it, buy it. Let them buy it. If you're done with it, like here's what I think. Like, yes, your game might be worth more than 25 million, right? But 25 million for a product you're about to put into a box and put in the closet to collect dust that make you zero money, or sell it to another company for 25 million to take it off of your hands so you can get out of the industry you don't want to be in anyway. What makes more sense? Once again, it's this business idea that doesn't make any logical sense. Let's spend millions, tens and twenties and however many millions to develop a DLC, multiples of them, make it free, give it away, and then kill the game a month later. It doesn't make sense. And then refuse to sell it for God knows what reason when you don't want to be in the industry. You don't want to be in that, you know what I mean? If you're done, if you're wiping your hands clean and you're moving on, why keep the item? You don't need it. Make the money back. And like you said, canceling the other RPGs on top of that, the other things in the process that you've been working on, you've just flushed even more money down the drain. Yeah, okay. You're trying to cut your losses where you can. You're trying to, oh, our profits are down. Let's just cut these money pits, off and just close down those areas and stuff like that. It makes sense. But there has to be a better way to go about it that doesn't just absolutely just wreck your bottom line. Like, what fucking business person in the entire world is going to be like, oh, we have 100 million worth of assets that we could sell off in this department that we're closing down. Let's just pack it up and put it in a box somewhere and make it worth nothing. So now, not only did you close down you spent all this money on this product that you're now packing up and putting away and not going to release to try and make any money off of, but you're also not going to sell the information off or the product off to recoup any of your money. That's like going to the grocery store and buying $100 million worth of food and going and throwing it into into lava, or leaving it in the fucking in a parking lot in a pile to rot into decay into nothing so no one can eat it, right? It just doesn't make sense. Like, no one's gonna fucking do that. So why, I don't understand that board meeting. Like, how did that even become an option? Doesn't make any sense logically speaking. We don't know for sure if it was a legit. So here's my impression of the 25 mil offer stun. I don't know how legit it was, but from what I read from that information it was kind of a joke, like semi-joke, semi-serious. Because someone made a comment on a thread post about something, and the CEO rebutted with his post, right? Because it was like somebody said something along the lines of, yo, if you it was like another company guy, like another CEO or something, said something along the lines, I don't know the exact wording, but he said something along the lines of, if I'll buy, I'll buy New World for X amount of money or whatever, and another guy like chimed in with, oh yeah, if we bring back the original you know, beta version of the game, I'll go 50-50 with you. And it was like kind of like a meme joke, like, but also semi serious. Like, I feel like it wasn't made in super seriousness, like, hey, I'm really interested in doing this, but it was more of like a, you know, if you know, hey, I'll give you 25 mil for it, you know, if you're down bad or whatever, right? And if they bite, they bite, and if they didn't, they didn't, right? I feel like it was like a half-hearted offer, as in he assumed they wouldn't accept it. You know, it's like lowballing somebody and knowing they're not going to accept it. I feel like that's what it was. It was like he threw out just a random, just lowball offer that he knew they wouldn't accept. But if they were like, yeah, we'll take it, I think he would have bid on it. And the weird thing about it is, I haven't heard anything since, because I haven't really paid that much attention to it. I kind of fell out of the information for it. But shortly after his post about the 25 mil, he put another post up saying that he was going to be MIA for a while because he was in talks with an unknown company about an unknown product, and he's not sure if they'll be able to come to terms on agreements, but until it's finished, he can't say anything more about it. So there's no confirming or denying of what company or what game it was about or what. This is around the time Ashes had a problem as well, and right after that post about, you know, the 25 mil. So we don't know what it was. It could have been a completely different entity altogether as well. So people are like, oh, maybe he actually is gonna get it. Maybe he's gonna buy a new one. Maybe we're gonna be saved. And like, there's no validity to that because we don't know. I know. Like, I played it on release for 3 months, and like I've this is my New World story. Okay, game was released. I was like, damn, this game looks fire. So I bought it. It's first actual full price game I have purchased myself with my own money in forever. Um, because I'm a very cheap person. I don't really buy full price games. I don't really buy anything over a couple dollars myself. I don't pay for memberships except for RuneScape. Like, I'm a very cheapskate kind of person. Anyway, so I thought the game was fire. I got it. I played it. And I said, I'm going to give this game 3 months to make progress on their updates in the correct direction. Right. Didn't have to be phenomenal. I just needed to see the correct progress. Right. And they went the most asinine direction with their updates. The things that they were nerfing, the things that they were buffing, the priorities that they were focusing on their updates were so dumb. I was like, bro, it's been 3 months and they still didn't fix the achievement page. They still didn't add the NPC to complete a quest chain for one of the achievements as well in the starting city. They were nerfing things like spawn rates of boars because people were abusing the boar, like the boar spawn rates to level up their weapons and stuff, which who the fuck cares? Like, there was core problems and mechanics with the game that were not even working, that they didn't care about. And even 3 years later, instead of spawning the NPC into the game where it needed to be to do the quest chain for that one achievement, they just removed the achievement. Like, what the fuck kind of solution is that, right? So anyway, I digress. So I played it for 3 months, and then I took a break for 9 months. I came back when they released Brimstone, and they gave us a new fresh start. And then I started Ironman playthroughs in Brimstone. Played Brimstone for about 3 to 6 months. Loved Brimstone. It's a great change of pace. You could actually open your inventory while running, which was really nice. And a few other miscellaneous things that they added was really cool. And then I took like a 6-month break, and then they came out with Angry Earth, and that was fire. I played that for like 4 months, and then got bored again, you know. And then when the next expansion came out, which was a recent one, I was so stoked because every expansion they had added some really cool features, some quality of life, some polishment, things that were just missing. The fact that we could finally swim was really cool. Um, and like they finally just got it tuned. And then they're like a month later, like, oh yeah, by the way, yeah, we're done. This is unsustainable. We're getting out. Have a good one. We'll give you guys a year with this, and boom. And here's the problem: you make that announcement, you've basically just killed your game, because who in their right mind? Like, because that's the thing. Like a comment you made before: if you go into a game knowing you're going to quit eventually because you're going to get bored or whatever, you're never going to play anything. But knowing that there's an end date, majority of the population doesn't want to play a game, and knowing that in 6 months everything they've done is going to be gone. At least when there's the unknown of how long it'll be there, they will play because they don't know where the end is, right? So the unknown, the unknowing, the variable of when, if that isn't an established hard point, players will play. But the second you put a timer on it, you have literally killed your game. Because here's what happens: the content creators, the communities that play the game, that keep majority of the players in the game, switch games. Because to build a community around a game, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes consistency. And if your game is going to end, you don't want to play it until it ends and then start a new game to then start building a community. You're going to switch the second you know that there's an end date, because now you need to take that time to build a community in a new game, right? So what ends up happening is majority, like I would say 80 to 90% of the content creators will then switch games to start building their community in a new game, trying to find the game they want so they can start building their community, rebuilding their community in the new game. Then what ends up happening is once that huge flood of content creators change the game, their communities go with them, your player base plummets 50 to 60%, if not more sometimes. What ends up happening from this point, it's all the rats are trying to flee the sinking ship at this point. It's a daisy chain. So now all the players are like, oh shit, no one's playing. Everybody's leaving this game. No one's going to be playing. The population is dwindled to very, to low numbers. So I'm going to join with them. There's a reason everybody's leaving. I'm going to leave too. There's not enough people to play or to sustain stuff. So what's the point of continue playing a dead game? So they're going to join, even if they're not part of those communities. They're just going to join out of the sheer fact that they don't have anybody to play the game with anymore. So now you've lost probably 25 to 30%, even more of the population. So now you went from 100,000 players to probably 10,000 players. And those 10,000 players are those people that are going to stick around, have a little bit of fun while they can, and then as they get bored, they'll slowly trickle off until the game finally closes. Then you'll have the diehard people that'll stick around until the doors close. Just like, what was that anime? Is like Overlord or whatever, where like the games were shutting down and there's still people logged in when the game shut down as like commemorants of it or whatever, and then it gets stuck inside the game or some shit. It's like that. You have the diehard people that will do that, but there's like less than 0.1% of the population is going to do that. So just that announcement that they were no longer releasing content and that they were going to be in maintenance mode, not even maintenance mode, they were just going to literally, they were in maintenance mode until the end of the year, and then they finally announced the actual closing date after the fact. But just the announcement that they were no longer, that the game was dead, killed the game completely. Just the fact that they said that they weren't gonna add anything, and then they, they were closing the doors, or they were gonna keep the game open for at least through the year. That wording killed their game. Like any potential of making any money off of the expansion, any potential of people buying the game and playing the game, or making any type of revenue back from the money that they spent on developing it, or any like any inkling of being able to keep the value of your game high to be able to sell to a company is all gone, because the metrics they use for selling the game are based off of player population and player retention and revenue that the game brings in, and a bunch of other major metrics and stuff like that that goes into it, that can be, negotiated in values, behind closed doors between businesses. You've literally just absolutely killed your game. Not only did you kick everybody out of your game and your entire population is gone, and no one's going to buy it, no one's going to spend any money on your cosmetics, no one's going to spend any money, period. Now you've lost all revenue from the game. You've now lost any potential revenue of selling your game. And the longer and the closer it gets to closing the doors, and the less and less people that there are, the less your game is going to be worth. So yeah, they fucked up and so many thousands of levels, and I still to this day can't fathom the thought process that they went through in that board meeting to decide that. It just literally doesn't make any fucking sense. Zero fucking common sense in that situation. But anyway, you never played the Star Wars Galaxies? Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like players are 100% accepting of the fact that eventually the doors will close on a game, right? But when they know where the finish line is, they're less likely to put any time into it, because they know once that finish line happens, everything that they've put work into, everything that they've thrived for, and everything that they've worked for is literally going to be wiped and gone, and there's nothing left in it for them. That's a problem, right? People just, they don't want to lose everything they've worked for. But if you leave it in an unknown status where they don't know where that finish line is, they're going to continue to play until they don't know, until they know when it's dead, right? Because they're playing under the impression that the next day they're going to still be able to progress. They're still going to be able to, do whatever they're doing. They're still going to have bragging rights, so on and so forth, just going forward. So adding the end date to anything just completely makes people not want to play it, right? Why put effort into something knowing it's going to be deleted? And this can be, said for anything, right? Like Path of Exiles. What's the point of playing Path of Exiles every season if you know your character's just going to be, you're going to have to start back over? Doesn't make sense. But people are okay with it in those types of games because they're going into it with the eyes open, right? But think about this. Every game ever in existence eventually closes down. Eventually becomes non-existent anymore. So taking that in consideration, knowing that there is no set end date, you do know in the back of your mind eventually this game is going to end, and all the work and all the content that you've put into it and all the effort and the thousands and hundreds of thousands of hours you've invested into this will amount to nothing at the end of the day. You know this in the back of your mind, but until that finish line is placed in front of you, it doesn't truly hit reality, right? Take WoW, for example. Hypothetically speaking, just in theory and practice here, we're just going to throw some numbers out there. WoW releases in 2004. And if on release day they said, hey, in 2034, we're turning WoW off, and that would be the end of it. So you guys are going to get 30 years, and that's it. If you were told this on day one in 2004, that in 2034, everything you put in for 30 years is going to be deleted, are you going to even want to play it? And don't get me wrong, 30 years is a long time. That's a lot of entertainment. That's a lot of enjoyment. That's a lot of, progression and just time passed and so on and so forth. A lot of great memories and so on. But knowing when the finish line is going to dramatically change the mental capacity and capabilities of who's going to want to play and for how long and what they're willing to accept or not. That's the big thing, right? So I would say that the permanent character bonuses are negligible at best and can be changed with premium currency, which you can farm for free. So try to pick the right ones for your personal play style, but if you find out later that you want to change them, you can technically change them, so don't be so anal about it. But I will give you a quick synopsis, right? So when it comes to the first one, which is like mining XP and different profession XPs, I will tell you right now, the hardest one to level, it takes the longest, is mining, because mining is the only one that you have to get to 75 to get to the highest tier material. Wood doesn't require any level to mine wood, to gather wood. Harvesting only has to go to 25, very easy to hit. And fishing is AFK, so who the fuck cares? And then hunting is 46, which takes a little bit of effort, but not much. So in all honesty, mining is the most annoying, because hunting, you can just go to an area and things keep respawning around you, and you can indefinitely hunt. Wood chopping, wood is everywhere. Harvesting can be a little annoying because you have to run around for them, kind of like mining, but they're way more abundant than mines. Mining is the hardest one. So that's just the first one. The second one is like alchemy, cooking, and some other things. Personally, who the fuck gives a shit? Whichever one you plan on putting effort into. If none, just pick one. And then the last two. I think it's like stamina, right? It's like max stamina regen, PvE or PvP points. I would say the stamina ones are useful if you're in, the stamina is useful in certain situations. It's a very situational decision on the stam ones, but PvE or PvP points is more consistent because you can use those points in shops to purchase materials for upgrading and crafting and stuff. So that's a more consistent one. It's focusing on either PvE or PvP points. If you're a heavy PvP person, then go with PvP. If you're a heavy PvE person, go with PvE points. I would recommend the points one over the stamina, because extra stamina just means you can jump one extra time or sprint for like 5 seconds extra, or you get like 2 or 3 seconds sooner max stam versus somebody that doesn't. It's not that much. It's not a game breaking stat difference. So, and then the crit, or the attack, the combat one is kind of based off of what build you're going. If you're going a crit build, then you want crit. If you're going like a non-crit build, then you want something else like attack speed or whatever the fuck, right? Like, it just depends on the attack style you're going with. So that one is unknown until you figure out what attack style you're going with. But it's not super important. It's very minimal at best. Yeah, so the crit chance is nice, but without extra crit from other things, like amount of times you crit is kind of negligible. It is 2% damage buff, basically. Because 2% chance to crit is 2% chance to do more damage, right? Which theory just boosts your total DPS by 2%, in theory. But certain weapons thrive more on crit than others. So I don't remember if I have the thing in the Discord. Let me see if I could find it really quick. Quinfall, did you post it in here? I know they fixed it after changing it. I'm trying to find it really quick. All right, so they changed it after the fact, but I'm gonna pull this up really quick. What the hell are they? So this is what they changed it to, and then they modified it later. This is the base crit damage multipliers of every weapon. So crossbow has a 43 like 0.43, multiplier to crits. So when you crit, it gives you 43 times more damage or whatever, or multiplier. Same thing with daggers. And then there was another one, I think it was spear or something. Oh no, sorry, it was a staff, I think. Like staff, bow, a few other things were like 3 and stuff like that. So like these ones, like 2, all these 2s, and like even life staff, like they don't really, like crit's not very good for them, right? The amount of damage is very negligible, but these ones being as high as they are really strong. Now they did change it in the very next patch. Yeah, so dagger, crossbow, and bow got changed to 33, 33, and 28. So they did change those 3. So they're not as powerful as they were, but they're still pretty strong. So if you're playing one of those 3, dagger or crossbow, then the crit chance is actually really good because the crit damage multiplier base is really high. So it's a crit based build anyway, so having more crit chance significantly increases your damage versus if you go with another weapon that doesn't have great base crit damage, right? Like it's just not as effective. Yeah, I played a lot of Trove. Trove was super fun. The problem I had is the time period at which I played Trove was what I considered the lag hour. And every single day around the same time period, I would desync through the maps and I would lag spike for an hour to 2 hours every single night. So in a 6 to 8 hour stream, like a quarter of it being just nothing but lag spikes and desyncing and falling to my death and just struggle bussing for over an hour, it just got really tedious. And then I was at a point where all I was doing is running around farming nitro anyway, because farming delves was just fucking pointless to farm crystal 4 gear. Just hated it. But we mostly just farmed nitro and grouped up to help people, like, gather gear and help people grow and get better at the game. It was fun. I had a good time. The community was great. The viewers were pretty solid too. I actually liked the community that would come in and hang out during the streams and stuff. It was a great time. Also, ad is starting in about 10 seconds roughly, so I'm gonna pause the conversation for a little bit and wait for the ad, and then we'll continue talking again. But yeah, Stun, if you have questions about any game, I've probably played it. Um, and I can do my damnedest to help you out. So just ask and you shall receive, hopefully. All right, let us get rid of a little bit of stuff. All right, there we go. Yeah, like I said, I played lots of games, man. Like tons and tons of different games. So, oh, like I said, I'll just keep talking when the ad's over because I don't want people to miss out. Yes. Depending on when it releases and if I have to pay for it or not, like the minor details of the actual game release, depending on that stuff, yeah, definitely the idea is to play it 100%. It looks fun, it looks enjoyable, it looks like something I would enjoy playing, so we're gonna give it a shot at bare minimum and see how it turns out. All right, back to I'm gonna go pee really quick while this ad's going. Oh, all right, we're back. 3 to pay. Yeah, that's it. So it really depends on how pay to play it is. If there's a membership, what the box price is. Like, there's a lot of like factors, right? That depending on what they are will depend on if we play or not. Ad should be over. Also, Stun, thanks for the follow earlier. I appreciate it. I didn't say something sooner. I usually, thank everybody. But I appreciate that. Hope you are having a good time and hanging out. But like I said, we play a lot of different games. We like to play a lot of different games. We have played a lot of different games. So like, even if I'm playing something that you're not interested in, or it's not something that you're currently into, if you have a question about any game, regardless of whatever game I'm currently playing, I don't mind helping people. The main thing that we do on this stream is we just help people, no matter what game it is. We help them with knowledge, we help them grow, we help them get better at whatever game that they're trying to get better at, or at least give them the knowledge and the information to get them in the direction they're trying to go to. And if that means I have to pause my game that I'm currently playing to pull something up to show them something or to help them, I am more than happy to do it. It's what I enjoy doing. We also have a Discord, exclamation mark Discord in the chat. Uh, that's the best place if you ever have like a question, if I'm off stream or even if I'm on stream and you wanted to ask like a direct question that's like kind of long, or you need like, you know what I mean, like if you're trying to reach me and like you can't get me in the actual chat or something, just add me in the Discord. Very easy. I don't mind helping people out because I stream 3.5 days a week, and when I'm not streaming I work from home anyway, so if I'm not streaming, not online, probably still sitting on my computer. You can just ask. Very simple. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. We also, if you look in the about me, there is a there's my VODs channel. So if you ever want to catch up on like my progress or see like how I've progressed in like whatever games, I have a bunch of playlists of like my different Ironman playthroughs and my different games that I never finished. So if you ever want to like catch some of that stuff or catch up on a stream or something that you might have missed or rewatch a portion of it that you're like, oh shit, he said this in stream and I don't remember what it was, that's the best place to go and find any of that. So if you have free time and you want to go and check that out, when I'm off stream or something, that's the best place to catch up on stuff. But yeah, like if you're, I don't know, like I don't know what games that you currently have been playing or which ones that you are interested in, but I'll definitely say if you like old school, I would definitely highly recommend giving RS3 a solid shot. The reason I say that is because if you like RuneScape, it's RuneScape but different. right? It's got a lot of refinements and quality of lives added to simplify the game, right? There's so many new ways of like gathering resources without having to run back and forth to the bank every 5 seconds. There's ways to improve the efficiency of how fast you gather resources, how fast you can level up, like movement skills in the game that allow you to traverse the game faster and more reliably with more teleports and stuff. It's just like, yes, there's abilities in the game similar to like World of Warcraft and stuff like that, but you can play it in legacy mode, so you can play in old school mode as well. Which in some fights it's actually more viable to play it in legacy mode than in RS3 mode, but it allows for a lot deeper combat styles, a lot more complexity in styles. So if you're very good at like APMs and stuff like that, clicking a lot of buttons, keeping track of your abilities, and min-maxing the buffs and the benefits and stuff from the different skills and abilities, and you have good reaction time, you could actually be a wild PvE player. Like, there's certain content that I've watched people solo that is just absolutely fucking mind-blowing. They can go into a 10-man raid and somehow solo it because they're so good at micromanaging their items and like stats and abilities. It's just fucking crazy the shit that people can pull off in RS3. Shit that would literally be impossible in old school. Is community sticking? Yeah. Did you try Starve? Are you trying about the Don't Starve Together? No, I haven't tried it. I've seen people playing. I haven't really piqued my interest. Like, if Edge would be interested in playing it, maybe I would try it, but um but yeah, when it comes to the different games, like I said, we were talking about BDO earlier. I know you said you've like got a bunch of drops for the past couple years, and you have a bunch of saved up stuff and you don't plan on swiping your credit card. I will say, if you I wouldn't spend a dime in BDO until you're invested into the game. And the reason I say this is because almost everything in the game can be done without spending any money, but at a slightly gimped pace, right? Or it adds a little extra tediousness, if that's the best way to explain it, I guess. I could open the game and I can show you what I mean, but for example, like one of the prime examples is um the tent, right? So you can technically craft them yourself or purchase them from other players, but you can buy the tent and the anvil from other players, which allows you to repair your armor and stuff while you're outside of town, right? When you without talking to NPC. So this way you don't have to go back to town to repair your stuff to then go back out to where you're grinding and rinse and repeat that process, which is really tedious and annoying, right? You don't have to do that if you have a tent. Um, but the ones you craft, only have X amount of uses before they break and you have to buy a new one, which is just annoying, right? Permanent one doesn't have durability on it, it just lasts forever. But the one added benefit that the premium tent, the permanent one, gives you is you can also, if you have an invitation to one of the emissaries or whatever, which different conversation. But if you have one of these invitations, you can access their buff remotely using the tent, and these buffs are very strong. So 99% of the population runs these buffs 24/7 whenever they're doing whatever content they're doing. They run the specific buff that they need. And if you don't have the premium tent, that means you have to run to that emissary to then pop the buff, to then go back to where you want to farm, which is going to take you time, to then use the buff farming where you want to farm. So the premium buff saves you a lot of time, energy, and effort having the premium tent versus not having the tent or having the craftable tent. It's very useful. And the tent is like a $20 tent. Now, I will say, if you do play the game and you do really like the game and you do want to invest some money into it, what I would highly recommend is waiting for them to do a sale on their premium currency. So I don't know how often they do it, but sometimes they do a 50% off or buy one get one free on their premium currencies. So what I did was they had a buy one get one free on their $100 premium currency. So I bought the $100 premium currency and I got $200 worth of currencies for $100. So it's like 50% off basically, right? I think the 50% off would have been better because then I would have bought the $100 package and then I would have used my currencies and I wouldn't have a bunch of extra. Right now I have like $100 left over of premium currency because I got the buy one get one. So I have a ton of extra currency that I don't know what to do with. I know I could do stuff with it, but I've just never spent it. So that's one thing. Wait for a deal on purchasing the premium currency. And then second part, wait for whatever you're trying to purchase to go on sale. So wait for the tent to go on sale and then maybe combo it with like a coupon discount that you get all the time. And then if you combo those two together, that those like the buying it for 50% off or whatever and the discount on the item, you can stretch your premium currency a ridiculous amount. And then, like I said, you can take advantage of that, and then you can get the tent. You can get like some custom skins. You can get some storage capabilities for some of the towns, so you can actually store all your materials and not have a storage problem. Like, there's a lot of things you could purchase just to simplify your life. Like, there's a couple profession outfits that are really useful. Like, the processing outfit is probably the most useful profession outfit in the game because it's the only profession in the game that has an added benefit for wearing the outfit. So typically with processing and BDO, you have to put the items in your inventory and then process them while they're in your inventory. So for example, you have to put a bunch of logs in your inventory and then you have to chop them into planks, which the process of doing this, the planks weigh more than the logs do because you proc extras. So you have to probably put maybe 1,000 logs in your inventory and then you might run out of weight carry capacity before you finish 1,000 logs. So then you got to put like 700 in your inventory and you got to find that happy medium. But if you have the outfit, it will process stuff from your bank into your inventory. So you'll chop a log from your bank and then the planks will end up in your inventory. So instead of having to have the logs in your inventory and then process them into planks, basically limiting the amount of time that you could process because, you know, you're taking up inventory space with the resource required to do the processing, you now just process until you end up full from the materials that are sitting in your stash, which is a lot longer. So you can go from like a 1 hour processing session to like a 6 hour processing session. So that profession outfit is really useful. Bro, the amount of money you can make in RS3 now is fucking wild. It's a huge difference. It's actually a wild difference. And that's what I'm saying. It's not that it makes or breaks the game, right? It doesn't make the EXP. I mean, it also comes with a small EXP boost, and those are negligible. It's like 10%, 15% EXP boost. Ignore that portion of it. Yes, there is EXP boosts that make you level slightly faster. Sure, over 1,000 hours of processing, you'll level a lot more with the 10% extra XP or whatever. Negligible at best, but there is the added benefit of that. But it's the nice part about it is it allows you to set up a process that's going to take 5 to 6 hours that allows you to go and play RuneScape or to go watch anime or to go out to eat or to go run some errands. So you know you're still processing when you come back. You don't have to worry about like, oh, well, I'm going to be wasting 5 hours because it's only going to take an hour to process. Like, it allows you to play other games. You can go play a League of Legends match. You can go play a Counter-Strike match. You can go play other games for like 4 hours while that is processing in the background, right? Or if you're AFK fishing, or if you're AFK cooking, you can set up a cooking session that could take 4 hours, right? And that's the thing about BDO is it's very semi-AFK, like I was talking about before. Is there's a lot of active stuff, but there's a lot of fully AFK and a lot of semi-AFK stuff, where as you get further leveled up and you get further progression in your gear and equipment, those semi AFKs take longer and longer, right? But you get more and more progression every time. Imagine Eidolon with real skilling gear. That would be insane, wouldn't it? If only. The one thing I would say about BDO is the one thing that'll make or break the game for you is not finding the right combat character for you. You need to find the one that aesthetically pleases you, or you're just not going to enjoy the game. If you're playing a character that you don't like the combat, or it doesn't appeal to you, or you just hate the way it looks, or how annoying the combat rotation is, if something about it just doesn't jive with you, you're not going to play the game, right? Even if you're a PvEer like me and all you do is professions, if you don't have the right character to do the PvE or to do the professions, you're not going to play the game. So I can't tell you how many times when I play PDO, people ask me, what character should I play? What's the best? What's the strongest character? What's the meta? What's this? I'll never tell you the answer to that, because I'm never going to say, oh, the strongest character in this game is this, go play that, because it might not be fun. You might not like it. I'm never going to give you an answer that's going to make you hate a game, right? I'd rather give you the information for you to pick a character that you like, rather than tell you what to play and then you hate it, right? I'm a wholehearted believer in teaching a man to fish rather than just giving him a fish. I don't give cookie cutter answers 99% of the time. I give an overabundance of information, an information overload per se, and explain and I show and I help like guide you in the direction of what you want. So when we have these conversations, like if you were to go want to talk about BDO and you're like, oh, well, I don't know what character to play, right? I'm like, all right, well, let's hash it out. You know, what kind of combat do you like? What kind of, playstyle are you? Do you want to heal? Do you want to tank? Do you want to range? Do you want to magic? Do you want to brawl? Like, do you want sustainability? Do you want tankiness? Do you want glass cannon? Like, what do you play in other MMOs? Like, what was your favorite character in WoW? What was your favorite playstyle in this? And like, all of these questions kind of bring to light what your what shines to you, what that diamond in the rough is for you, what you're gonna enjoy playing, and that way we can like kind of guide you towards the characters or the playstyles that might better suit you, so you can look into just that rather than looking at the 52 other like characters and playstyles. You can just look at 3. It simplifies the process so much that you can hyper focus on the ones that you actually think you'll like, rather than looking at ones that you don't know for a fact you won't like. But I don't know, I can't speak highly enough about BDO. It's just, like I said, the thing I hate about BDO is its grind is too grindy. Like, I don't like combat grinds. They literally put me to sleep, and there's a lot of combat grinding in BDO that's just a fucking slugfest. It just hurts my soul to even think about it. I literally show up and within 15 minutes I'm falling asleep on the keyboard. But yet I can run around and I can gather herbs for like 6 hours straight. But at the same time, like I said, even the PvE grinds in that game are just such a slog. It's so bad. It's like I'm in fucking cold molasses. It's just so bad. Because you log in and you do 8 hours of hunting. And then the next day you log in, you do 8 hours of hunting. And then the next day you log in, you do 8 hours of hunting. And like, it's just like, you've done like 1,000 hours of hunting and you're not even partially leveled. And it's like a never ending grind, right? Because all these, like, you're hunting mobs to get cooking materials to cook, to then make meals to either sell or to consume. But then in order to cook those meals, you have to farm a whole ton of other materials, which by the time you've gathered all the materials to craft your meals, you've run out of your meals that you're using to help you get more materials. So it's like a revolving door of never ending crafting and gathering those materials to keep cooking. And then you never have time to do anything else. But with that said, you always have something to do. You can log in, you can do bartering one day, and then another day you can log in and you can sit down and actually do your trades that you've been stockpiling, or you can go and do some guild versus guild territory control. You can declare war on some people and fight some territory stuff. You can do arenas. You can go and maybe do some active mob grinding or treasure hunting. There's so many options available to you in the game that you always have something to do. Oh, another thing I'll tell you, Stun, while I have you, something they don't tell you. So when you're deleting items, you have 3 options. You can either A, drag an item down to the bucket and then hit delete. You can drag an item to your screen and click delete. Or the bulk way, left click on the bucket and then right click on every item that you want to delete and hit delete. They don't explain that one to you either. That's so when you're grinding mobs, you're going to end up with so many items in your inventory. If you have to delete them one at a time, you're going to quit the game. I promise you, you will. I'm going to tell you right now, I've never figured out what a heavy attack is. Literally have no idea. Like you said, right click is block and left click is regular attack. I don't even think there's actually a heavy attack in the game. I truly don't think there's actually a heavy attack in the game. It's pretty stupid. But yeah, if you like dark style, there is a couple of them off the top of my head. So how much I like BDO, I actually love pulling this up and like talking about it. I don't know what it is, but like I absolutely love BDO. So like I said, and of course the one time I go to pull up their character list, they're having maintenance. Today is their maintenance day, which is so annoying. No. Hold down left click does nothing. Like, look, when I hold down left click, it just continues auto attacking Pip. And then they say right click is block. It is the heavy attack, but all it does is block. So there's literally no heavy attack in the game. Like I don't even think there's a shortcut for it.
Would you like a cup of water? Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, so attack is left click. Aim mode / block is right click. The only thing I could think of is if you're on a bow, holding right click brings up your aim mode. If you hold left click, you can draw the bow back and you can heavy attack with that because there's a bar gauge that indicates how far you're pulling it back. That's the only heavy attack in the entire game I can think of. But there's not even a heavy attack in the settings here. Granted, they don't have a lot of things in the settings. I kind of despise that they don't have the characters, like the main. There's maintenance right now, so I can't actually show you all the characters. But I can show you on the fandom page. So, dark wise, we're talking like dark characters. Stun. So, let's see here. Dark Knight. That's a pretty good one. There's some of the newer ones that are pretty cool too. Sorceress. And then I don't think this is all of them, but Wusa, it's I wouldn't say it's dark, but it's kind of interesting. So a Dark Knight, I don't have the video of it. But let's take a quick look. So and this is the problem, is like they're on maintenance, so I can't pull up their actual videos, which is kind of annoying. Well, you can go to videos and watch them, but they are a melee slash mid-ranged character. Over, you going to bed?
What is going on, everyone, and welcome back to
But like, here is one of the guys that shows off like ability rotations and stuff like that. He's going through all the skills and abilities and runes and things to do. I'm trying to find. But he's not actually showing the combat, which is kind of stupid. And of course, those have to pop up every single time. I have to fix that later. Anyway, the so I would say those are the three that I would look at, because the Dark Knight, like I said, she's a two-handed sword, like semi-magic user. That's all dark themed. She has big explosions, melee attacks, stuff like that. Then you got the sorceress, which you either play as a magic user, as a mid to long range magic user with big dark explosions of dark magic, or she switches to awakened form that uses a scythe with magic. So it's like a melee, it's kind of like a Dark Knight melee combat, but with magic built in. So the sorceress is really sick because I like scythes personally. She's a really cool character to play. And then Wusa is more of like an artist fan user. I don't even know how to explain it. Let's see if I can find a quick so here's like a quick TLDR of her. It'll show you a little bit of combat that she does in a second here. So you see how she calls down like weather, and she has like a lot of dark animations for spells and stuff. Oh, bro, so don't even get me started on Eve. Eve is probably the one game that I have had on my bucket list to truly give, like, look at this. This is pretty sick. A lot of dark magic. Yeah, I was saying Wusaw's pretty dope. Wusaw's one of the newer characters. She's pretty sick. So this is her basic attacks. Like like this video kind of goes into depth, like shows the different attacks. Like I said, she uses a fan, like one of those Asian fans. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know what they're called. They're like put in front of your face. But she has like butterflies and like weather and like explosions and stuff. She's pretty cool. I'm trying to see. All right, so here's what it would look like at a high-end PvE when you're farming mobs. This is what it would look like. So they're kind of showing you a little bit of everything. This is high-end Succession. Now the thing about BDO is there's Succession and Awakening. It's two different playstyles. So you see how like, he calls down the weather, he repositions with that dash. He has like a hurricane he calls in, and then like he has a bunch of his like other abilities like thunderstorms, and so he's just like he's a weather user. Kind of usefulness. It's pretty cool though. all those dark animations and abilities and castings and stuff. And he's got a lot of teleports and dashes. Most characters do, FYI. But Wusaw is pretty cool. Right. And then we got Dark. I was trying to show you this before, but the video I pulled up was really bad. Just want to see. All right, so I think this will give you some information. So this is what the Dark Knight looks like. It's a little pixely because it's taking a minute. He says she has a big sword. There it goes. She has the massive sword. She has a two-handed sword, and she has like abilities too. Trying to like get into this so he'd show the actual rotation. Okay, I think this is it. This is what it looks like in full rotation. You see what I mean about the dark animations and the big explosions? Yeah, this one's really cool. Dark Knight is like BDO's baby. It's best like it's the only character in the game that has like a 6 foot tall figurine that you can purchase. And then the other one is Sorceress. And like I said, she has a couple things herself as well. So the thing with some of these characters, they have infinite rotations and then situational rotations. So this one, it's going to show you. So there's the basics. There's a general combo, then the showcase, and then the infinite combo. So there's a handful of different combos, and they got the awakening ones down here. Like I said, there's two play styles. There's awakening and succession. So this is the succession version, which is more spell based. All dark animations, dark spells, yeah, teleports, big booms, big explosions. You're kind of punching things with orbs in your hand and stuff. So it's not as flashy. It's pretty strong, but it's not as flashy. You have a couple explosions that are flashy, but that's about it. It does do a lot of damage though. And then if we were to then show you the succession, the awakened version, this is where the scythe comes in. So let's go down to the awaken general showcase. So this is the awakening version. So this one's a lot more slashing, dashing, spirals, using your scythe to do damage. A lot more hack and slashy. All purple based as well. But those would be the three that I would recommend. Just because those are the dark themed characters I can think of off the top of my head. But it gets very complicated very fast. But anyway, so the Eve thing's done is I love Eve. The idea of the grind for gathering resources to then, you go mining in a ship to gather a bunch of resources and then build ships to make cannons, to make your ammunition. Like all that is like absolutely 100% up my alley of like enjoyment. The problem is you can't trust anybody. Literally anybody. I've had people in that game that I have known for years that have always been very helpful to me and have always, helped me out of a bind, saved me, gave me information, grouped up with me, done things with, and then they've turned around and backstabbed me years later after cooking me. Like, you literally can't trust anybody in the game. Yeah, so in my opinion, Stun, I don't know, can you hear me? The ad's playing right now. Are you good? Yeah, I don't wanna. Okay. Whoa, Pip talking gibberish. What's going on? Home sweet home. I was like, what the shit? Um, Stun, let me know when you're out of your ad. I'm assuming you can't hear me, so. Yeah, I know. I get it. That's why I was like, what are you saying? What'd you call my mama? You know, it's just like it's one of those things that like it happens. I mean, I know it's like a keyboard thing. You gotta like switch it. It's just funny. I just ended. All right. So I don't know if you heard anything about the Eve stuff, Stun, but what I was saying, like I said, I was talking about it, and I realized you were in an ad. But that's a game that has zero trust. Like meeting people in that game, unless you're in a like a clan with them, you can't trust anybody you meet because everybody is like they're cooking people. They're just like they're making friends, they're, you know, being polite, they're helping you out, they're saving you from NPCs, and then they cook you for a couple of years, and then they get you complacent, and then they bring their friends in to murder you, and then they steal all your stuff. Like that game can suck it. Did you say Eve? I know, Edge. It's always a game that I've wanted to get super serial into because the grind, the PvE grind for materials and crafting and building is just always interested me, and it's always super cool. But the combat can just suck my dick, and the fact that you're always on high alert for being ganked by other players, and you can't even trust the people that you think you can trust, it's really hard. So I personally, yeah, that game is a game that I've always wanted to get super serial about, but I've never been able to because it's the lack of trust and the fact that the game is more of a job than it is a game is really, really hard. Yeah, and the problem is like I've joined corps on and off, but every corp I've ever joined, they have like their own agenda and it never really aligns with what I want to do. So it's never really worked for me, right? Because I just want to go and I want to farm mats and materials and I want to turn around and turn those mats and materials into um like uh manufacturing items and stuff, right? And I want to build bigger and better ships, and I just want to make money to maintain like a membership without having to pay money, right? I want to play for free. Uh and majority of corps just don't do that, right? And if they do, they require you to have like a membership. They require you to have certain ships and certain like upgrades and abilities and like like, and they just have too many limitations, right? It's just not worth my time. But anyway, when it comes to the BDO thing, like I said, I feel like the difference with BDO in most games is you might be a warlock player where it's like dots and abilities and playing range and stuff like that, but BDO doesn't really have range. Like it does, but it really doesn't. Everything's based off of like melee combat, right? It's based off of being in melee range. Now, almost every class has ranged abilities, like mid to long range abilities, where they can cast something out in front of them and maybe catch someone with a stun or a teleport or, you know, AoE radius in front of them and stuff like that, where you're not in melee range or you're not getting punched by melee. But almost everything boils down to you're gonna be in melee range at some point, that a lot of your abilities are close range stuff. Now there is a caveat. There are a couple like classes that like ranges, like you got the ranger, the archer, the uh wizard, the mage, and I think there's like one other one that's like pure ranged, but they do the same amount of damage at point blank range, but all their abilities like blanket like big areas and like long range. Meta shift, no shift. What? Had a very good Null Corp. Oh yeah, Wormhole Null Corp. Yeah, I know, Ed. You did. And it was like right up your alley. It was like everything you guys wanted to do, you guys did the way you wanted to do it, and it worked out great for you. It's just, I don't know. I can't get on board with most of these people because most of these people are in it for themselves. Like I'm trying to like make money and I'm trying to like be fair, right? And they're trying to, you know, kind of undercut you and trying to take advantage of your time and effort. And like I farmed all the materials for a ship. They sell the ship and then give me 50% instead of 100%. Like I get you taking a cut for you crafting the ship for me after I got all the materials, but how do I only get 50% of the proceeds when I did all the work? You know what I mean? But anyway, so when I would say with BDO, it's since it's a fast action-based combat system, majority of the time you're going to be spent dashing around, repositioning, trying to grapple people in PvP, or in PvE you're repositioning, doing backstabs, and it's not about killing them from range and kiting them. It's more about using your super armor to prevent damage and knockdowns, using your frontal attack blocks to prevent you from getting knocked down or taking damage, while you're repositioning and getting into backstab areas, do AoE damage to mobs as you're repositioning, because they sometimes they just take so long to kill. There's no way to kill them at range. So with how fast paced and how fluid the combat system is in that game, mid to close range is what you're 99% of the time playing at. So playing a character like the Woosaw that does have ranged attacks, but it's mostly like mid-range to close range, is that's the commonality. That's 95% of every character is in that range of how it's played. So just find the thing that looks appealing to you and learn how to play it. But that game is phenomenal. Like I said, since there is no max level, you kind of just grind as much as you want and, you know, take it as seriously as you want. There's a soft cap, but there's no hard cap, right? Same thing with professions. Like, even though you're years behind everybody else, like, you can eventually catch up since there's no actual cap. I mean, technically there's a cap on professions, but with the fact that they doubled it recently, like, good luck maxing that shit out. I know people that have played for 10,000 plus hours and don't have a max profession. Yeah, so do you want me to show you the best way to level in Quinfall? It doesn't truly help you until you get to a further location, because you got to get to a location where the mobs are actually auto-aggressive. I mean, there's leech, yes, but if you're doing it by yourself, I'll show you how to like aggro mobs properly and how to farm EXP if you want me to. The early stages, stun, you level really fast, but it's really fast. That's the problem. Like, it's slow and tedious, but once you get into a groove, you level so fast. It's kind of unreal. I know people that get into party grinds at like level 60 or 70, and they grind to like 90 to 95 in like less than a day. There was a guy that was in my chat the other day. He grinded from I think 70 or 72 all the way to level like 95, and he said like 6 to 8 hours. Granted, that's with the EXP buff that's running, so that's 50% extra XP. Take that with a grain of salt, but yeah, it's pretty fast to level. But if I had to rate the MMOs that we're talking about, Stun, BDO is by far better than this game. The combat is much more fast paced, much more fluid, less clunky. Once you get used to it, obviously. It is a lot harder to get into. Like the leveling process, the questing process, a lot more detail oriented and a lot more tedious. Takes a lot more effort. But once you get past that part and get into the whole sandbox portion of the game where you're just free to do whatever you want, it's a lot more enjoyable because you're not so like this game is sandbox. Like after level 50, there is no more quests. You do whatever you want, what order you want, however you want to do it. It's pure sandbox. But BDO, even though it's sandbox, you can do whatever you want at any time at whatever you want. It still has quests and lore and side quests and dailies and repeatables and things that you can just go around the world doing, even though you're kind of doing your own thing at your own pace. So there is still semi-structure to it, but we got to take all that with a grain of salt because this game, BDO is a lot older, right? So this game is new. This game is still cooking. It still needs cook time in the oven. It still needs quality in life and polishments. So it's not that this game is bad. It's just you can't compare a new game to an old game. They're just uncomparable because you can't compare a game that has like 5 years of development and like 2 years of actually being released to a game that has 10 years of development and 20 years of release. It's just they're uncomparable. Yeah, just let me know when you're back from your coffee. But we're almost 68 mining. Oh, fucking taking forever. Edge, I can't believe you're still awake, bro. You playing PoE? I honestly thought you went to bed. Oh. Coffee, wee coffee. Get that French roast. Look at that wee coffee. And we almost gathered all of our pets. We got 20, almost 20 of those. We got a lot of cows. Yeah, I think we're good on animals, honestly. So maybe we just run around and gather. Yeah, I think we're just gonna gather ores the rest of the night. Work on our mining. So let's teleport around, drop off what we need to drop. Okay, so first thing we need to do, we need to get our new gear. We finally hit 75. We can put on our 75 gear now. Well, then we can +3 our gear. We can show Stun the enhancement process so he can hate it as much as everybody else does. Alrighty then. So I probably should have actually did this. Can we do it this way? Can I do this? Okay. We can do it the tedious way. So tedious. Oh, so annoying. All right, so that's changed. Okay, so we do it this way. Okay, that works. I hate that I have to do it this way. That's so annoying. I guess I am missing an item. Technically missing 3 items. That sucks. Probably go and grind some up. Maybe we can go grind a couple pieces, finish our 75 gear up. We gotta finish our hundreds as well. Alright, let's go and get rid of these materials really quick. And then we'll +3 all of our gear. I want to go and finish farming the last couple pieces up though. Alrighty then. Alright. We're gonna jump off the rest of this. We're gonna go and hit the 75s for a little bit. Try and get the last little bit of gear we're missing. Oh, that's kind of annoying that we have one material that I didn't drop off at the right place. Alright, so we have this bank, trash, some of this we might be able to process, but that we have to go back, it looks like. Alright, that's gonna be a while, so we can't. Alright, we can actually put that in the chest. Deal with it later. Alright. So this one. Cobalt. I believe the iron's already done. And we'll drop these off. And here. Oh. Yeah, man. Getting a little sleepy. You're like, why didn't that one go in here when I said fill from inventory? That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. That's such a stupid glitch. Doesn't make any fucking sense why it does it. Alright. Let's go fight some 75s. Get my last pieces. Theory I should level it up first. Want to speak about something? Something. How about them Lakers? Fuck Minehead, bro. That shit can suck it. That is so stupid of a minigame. I just want to. I'd rather do any other minigame. I'd rather try and get Megalodon, honestly. It's so bad. So fucking bad. Alright, I guess we're gonna be combat grinding for a little bit tonight. Just because I'm missing a couple pieces of gear. Didn't even realize. So we just gotta get a couple blue pieces to fill in those 60s into 75s and then we'll call it a night. Yeah, I don't know what to talk about. I was waiting on Stun to come back so we can talk more about like BDO and this game a little bit. We've been just talking about that on for the last couple hours. He got me off of my my complaining, which was kind of useful. Kind of very nice of him to get me out of my funk a little bit. Made food as well. That's all good. It's all good. Just wait on you to come back. We're just chilling. Let's organize really quick so we don't keep all that. Keep this. All right. Trash that stuff. Oh man, oh man. But how's your day going so far, Pip? Always nice of you to join us. Grace us with your fabulous presence. I know Mate's hanging out. I know Topher went to bed. Edge is probably in and out sleeping. Everybody else just hanging out lurking. So kind of just here by myself, chilling. Wow. Wait, can you even do that at like, do you even really need an auto clicker for that? Because can't you only do like so many attempts a day? And the bomb one, I have a question about that. What if you remember when you like you have that one upgrade that's like a chance to prevent yourself from like bombing yourself on the first click or whatever? The chance to not bomb you or whatever. Doesn't that kind of cuck you as well? What do you mean only lives count? Sorry. The blocks don't count. So so the bomb has to actually hit your HP. But what if you click and you hit a bomb, but it blocks it or whatever, right? Or it doesn't reveal it because it's like, oh, it prevented you from taking the bomb hit or whatever. What if you click it and you know, obviously you don't want to click it again because it won't count. You can't just go to the next game, can you? Don't you have to actually open up an actual block first? Yeah, the wiggle, that's what I was talking about. Alright, welcome back, welcome back. Six times longer? Jeez, that sucks. Oh, you got some food and coffee? Hell yeah. That's a good morning. I need some food soon too, but I'm gonna do that after stream. Alright. Let's organize stuff that we're gonna hold on to, so you just quick salvage pretty much everything. Alright, so we're looking for, okay, so we need a light piece of gloves, and we need a ring and an amulet. The only thing we're missing, and then we can upgrade all of our gear to +3. I was going to show you the upgrade process. It's pretty terrible, not gonna lie. So this is what I was going to show you, son. Or Stun, sorry. My brain's all over the place. So when you get to a higher level zone where things are auto aggro, you can literally just run up to them with your mount, grab the aggro, and then just kind of pull them together like this. and then you just side strafe and attack them, or use an ability to one-shot them. Just keep in mind that the aggro radius of how far you can leash things and pull them is very short. So for example, I can pull these mobs, right? But if I try to pull them over to here without running back to them and like meeting them in the middle, they will literally de-aggro. They can't go from one side of this little town to the other. Yeah, there's a lot of zones that are like this. Most zones have pretty big mob densities. But it's about jumping on your mount and just sprinting in a small circle to pull as many mobs together as possible, instead of just running up and killing like 3 mobs or 2 mobs and then running up and killing 2 or 3 mobs and then running up and kill. It's so slow if you kill them 1 pack at a time. Not worth your time. But depending on what weapon you're using, you'll have like very limited sustainability. So you have to rely upon like auto health potions and stuff. And if you're relying upon like auto health potions, it can be very sketchy. My weapon that I use is very lazy. It's the dual axes. They have 35% lifesteal on all attacks. So I basically just face tank everything, and I just auto attack everything to death. There's only 2 weapons in the game that have built-in like leech from passives. And then there's 2 other ones that have leech. One of them is damage. It's not a passive. Okay, it's a passive. So there's 3 weapons with passive leech, and then there's 1 weapon that has leech based built into an ability. So it's 50% uptime on leech on the 2-handed sword on the left side tree, and then the dual axe, the dual crossbow, and necro from the staff are the only 4 weapons in the whole game that have any leech. There's a handful that have shields to prevent damage from being taken, but everything else is auto potion reliant, where you have to pop health flasks pretty much on cooldown to keep yourself from dying. But like I said, even at your like low level 10, once you get to a zone that has auto aggro, where they have actual the mobs will auto aggro to you, you basically have to go and get yourself a lasso and catch yourself a horse to start off with. Try and catch yourself a blue horse at bare minimum, and then ride the horse, you know, like into war battle style. Just ride it in like this, grab as many as you can in a relatively small radius. Like I said, if you pull them too far, they will de-aggro, so you got to keep it kind of tight. Pull like 10-15 packs if you can. Some zones you can only pull like 5 or 6 because they're kind of spread out a little bit more. And the goal here is you want to pull as many like trash mobs as possible, because every time you kill a trash mob, it opens a spawn location for the next mob to spawn to be one of the starred mobs, which are the elite versions. And you want to kill as many elite versions as you can, because the elite versions give a ridiculous increase in XP. To put it in perspective, a 1-star, sorry, a basic bitch mob at a level 100 zone that I fight usually is 300 XP. So a regular trash mob is 300 XP. A 1-star mob is 6,000 XP. So 20 times the EXP. Then a 2-star is double that. So it's 12,000 XP. And a 3-star is double that, which is 24,000 XP. So to truly farm EXP, you need to open up as many spawn locations as you can to try and get as many star mobs to spawn possible. And then you gather them all together and nuke them. But like I said, depending on which weapon you're using, you got to be careful, because if you pull too many mobs, you'll just kill yourself. They'll just hit you. And a lot of times when you gather them up like this, their attack times sink. So even if you could tank them and you can heal back up, if they one-shot you, because you have such little amounts of HP or defense, because if 30 mobs hit you at one time for 100 HP each, that's 30,000 XP, you're dead. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be careful with how many mobs you're pulling and how many mobs you're allowing to attack you at once. That's why I say if you strafe with a melee attack, it prevents a lot of the attacks from hitting you, depending on which mob you're attacking. Because some mobs have very high attack speed, so you can't strafe the attacks. But certain mobs have slow attacks. So what you can do as well is what some people do, is the attack times are relatively slow on some mobs. So what you do, like let's say you're using like a bow or something, it's high damage, glass cannon style, is you sprint through the mob. I'll show you really quick. You sprint through the mob, and what happens is the mob starts their attack animation, and they don't move when they do that. So they plant their feet and they attack in a straight line. So what you can do is you can sprint through the mob like this. You can just go one side to the other, and then you can attack. And then you can just sprint to the other side, and you can attack. And you can sprint to the other side, and then you can attack. Right? That's what a lot of rangers will do, is they'll cast an ability into the group after they run from one side to the other to prevent themselves from taking damage. And then, like I said, a lot of the melee ones, you can just literally hold the strafe key and just walk in a circle. It lowers your attack speed, but it prevents you from taking a lot of damage if the attack speed of the mob is low enough. Some mobs have crazy high attack speed, so you can't actually dodge the attack, so it doesn't help. But a lot of classes just rely upon high damage skills, and they'll pull a bunch together, and they'll drop one of their like damage skills, and they'll just one-shot all the trash mobs, and then they're left with like a couple elite mobs, and then they just do whatever they gotta do to kill the elite mobs. Whether they have to kite them, or cooldowns and abilities, pop health potions while phase tanking, whatever it is that they have to do to actually fight them. But this is, so the problem I have with this game, Stun, and you probably already realized it by level 10, is the game gets very stale. Right? So, not saying that, like, every game has to, you have to grind mobs. The same mob endlessly for long periods of time. All MMOs are like this. But the problem is since the mobs don't have unique drops, like this mob drops the same gear that another 75 drops. Like all 75 mobs drop the exact same items. All 60s drop the exact same items. All 100s drop the exact same items. There's no difference in which mobs you're fighting. There's no reason to fight one over the other than mob densities and attack styles. So it gets very stale. It's like you're grinding mobs just to grind mobs. You're not grinding them for a unique drop. You're just grinding them because they're easy to farm, or whatever your reasoning behind farming them is. So at a certain point, like mob grinding, you just start there's like, why do I even do it? You know what I mean? It's just boring. It's not like you're grinding for a unique drop or something specific that you can turn around and sell to somebody or anything like tangible. It's like, all right, I'm already level 100. I'm just grinding mobs to grind mobs. And what ends up happening is most people, they grind to 100 like I'm doing, right? Or they get into like a grind group with like 12 other people, because there's no downside to being in a party. You don't get negative, you don't get less EXP, you don't get less drops. Like, it's actually nothing but a benefit to be in a group. Yeah, I would try a lot of the items, like the skills and abilities, for a bunch of different weapons, but I wouldn't put a lot of emphasis into the game in general. Just like I said, it's a good game. It's fine. It has a lot of promise. It just needs cook time. This is why, like, if you haven't really played BDO, I would more recommend you play BDO than to play this. Not that, like I said, it's not that I don't like this game. It's not that I don't think it has potential or that you shouldn't play the game. I just think that time is best spent playing a game that already has its quality of life and its polishment already established. And like, don't get me wrong, like I said, video has its own problems, has its own faults. You know what I mean? Like, there's things about the game that a lot of people don't like, and there's a lot of things that, you know, are better in this game than they are in that game. But at the end of the day, it's like, if you haven't truly experienced it and haven't truly played it, I think you'll get more enjoyment out of that, because every mob has unique drops. There's reasons to farm one mob over another. There's a lot more to do. And the double-edged sword of, yes, it's an infinite grind, but that's what makes it bad. Is because there is no end. There's no, you know what I mean? There's no finish line. It's just a never-ending, what are we doing today, Pinky? The same thing we do every day, brain. Right, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, like I said, they have their pros and cons, both of them, but I would say play this for a little bit, you know, get to a certain threshold, try it out, maybe get to 100, you know, maybe, because like I feel like this game is a great game for daily logins, for doing like guild versus guild stuff, right? So if you're into PvP, you log in, you do your guild versus guild content, and then you go and play BDO for the rest of the night, right? It's one of those kind of games that you log in for wars, you log in for content like that, and then the rest of the time is spent playing another game that's more enjoyable to grind. Yeah, and the funny thing, the problem with BDO is the playtime hours are super inflated because of how much AFK time they're spent doing most of the stuff in the game, right? And to put BDO into perspective, a lot of the high-end, super, like, high-end content creators of that game, most of them just do combat grinds. And when I'm telling you it's a grind stun, I'm like, not exaggerating. Like, these content creators have grinded the same spot for so many hours that they fall asleep, and while they're sleeping, their muscle memory is continuing the route and the button combinations while they're asleep at their keyboard. Because they have tens of thousands of hours grinding the same exact mob, the same exact path, the same exact ability rotation. It's actually hilarious. There's so many content creators that I've come across that they have like little meme like clips from their stream where they're literally, their head's slumped over, their eyes are closed, and they're still killing mobs. Like, they're not efficiently doing it correctly because they don't, like, they're not repositioning properly, or, you know, they're not dashing in the correct direction sometimes, but like, it's so funny. Yeah, it's so baked in, bro. It's crazy. They're actually wild with it. But what's really cool about the game, like I said, one of the coolest aspects of the game that truly adds a layer of, okay, that's, at least I have something to shoot for, even though the odds of you actually getting it and the odds of you actually sticking with it until you actually complete it is almost zero, is they have treasure items in the game. So they're items that are ultra rare pieces that drop from specific mobs that you have to gather all the pieces together to combine together in a quest line to craft a treasure item. And it's non-tradable. Well, most of them are untradeable. So they have things like an infinite health potion. So before you obtain an infinite health potion, you have to buy health potions from vendors, and they have a carry weight, and you can own, you know, and whatnot. So you have to keep restocking your health potions every time you go back to town, or if you run out, you got to go back and buy some, and it's annoying. But if you get the infinite HP potion, it works just like a regular health potion, but it doesn't have a use limit, right? It's infinite. And then since it's infinite, it doesn't have as much of a carry weight because you don't have to have thousands of them on you. So it's super nice item. Now, those ones are now tradable, so you can buy them from other players now. but you can also grind it up yourself. They have pity systems in place to farm it up, and you can just grind it. And that's one of like 15 treasure items the game has. They have an infinite mana potion, infinite stam potion, an infinite HP potion. Those are like the basic ones. And then they have they have a compass, which is really useful. So whenever you're in like an uncharted area, like in the middle of the desert or in the open ocean, you lose the ability to see where your location is on the map. So it's hard to navigate where you are in correlation to the map because it doesn't show you where you are. So the compass fixes that. But it also allows you to teleport one player to you every like 8 hours. Any player that you want, they can be in your party or whatever, and you use the thing, and it allows you to teleport them right to your location. It's really useful in party systems. When you have somebody that just joined the party, or you have somebody that dies or has to go back to town or something, and you can just teleport them back to you. Pretty useful. But somewhat limiting since it's every 8 hours. Then they have another one. It's a treasure map. And the treasure map, probably one of the most useful items. What it allows you to do is it allows you to teleport to the closest town to you. So let's say you're out like farming like I am, and you need to go back to town to empty your inventory. You can use the treasure map to teleport to the closest town to you instantly, and then if you use it again within like 10 minutes or 20 minutes, it'll teleport you back to where you were. So it allows you to basically go to, I wouldn't say an obscure area, but go to whatever grind location you want and teleport back, dump your inventory, go right back to grinding, and not have to deal with this whole teleport here, run here, go here, empty my stuff, teleport over here, do X, Y, or Z to get back to my location, and like a whole 30-minute process. Super fucking convenient item. Right? And those are the treasure items. But some of these treasure items take a lot of grinding. Like, I know people that have been farming for the compass for like 10,000 hours. Not even an exaggeration. 10,000 hours of active combat. Because their RNG is that bad. There's another treasure item in the game, and I don't know what the statistics are on it anymore, but back say a couple of years ago when I was playing a lot more, it's the merchant ring. And the statistics back then were, I think there was only a total of 5 people in the game that have ever acquired it. And people have like 20,000 plus hours farming it. So like I said, the positive to the game is there's endless grinds, endless things to do, always something that you can work towards. And it's a phenomenal fun game, and there's a lot there's, like I said, there's always something to do, there's always something to play, there's always a grind to do. More levels, more items, more money to make, right? More upgrades to acquire. But that's also its downside. When you think about that and you're like, oh, 30,000 hours to acquire one treasure item, and I have 15 other ones to acquire, that breaks most people's souls. They just quit. They're like, nope, no thank you. That's like when people try to get into Path of Exiles and they open up the passive tree and then they alt F4 the game and uninstall it. Because they see the passive tree and they're like, no thank you. And I think the one thing that ruins BDO the most, honestly, in my personal opinion, I probably would no life BDO if it wasn't such a solo-based game. like I would say 95% of the game is done solo. And okay, I take that back. So majority of the game is PvP based. I would say 60% of the game is based off of PvP, and the other 40% is PvE. But of the PvE portion of the game, 95% of the PvE is done solo. That's the problem I have with the game. Not that the game is bad. Not that the grind is insane. It's that the grind is always done by yourself. That's the true problem I have with the game. Like I said, it has nothing to do with the amount of the grind. It has nothing to do with how difficult the game is or whatever, that there's like no goalpost to be found or whatever. It truly has to do with the fact that I can't just party with a friend and hang out and do stuff together. Like you can, but there's no benefit. There's no reason to. Like if you group up with somebody, it's actually more of a hindrance than it is a help half the time. So the end game of BDO stun is PvP. That's all it is. Once again, they don't have raids. Okay, let me take that back. Majority of the end game is PvP. They do have like tiered bosses that you can do harder versions of it, and you know, depending on how good your gear is, you can work your way up to like harder and harder difficulties to like compete against who got to the highest, you know, wave based mob kill or what. They have that built into the game now. So in theory, like you could work on that every week to try and beat other people's. It's basically bragging rights to kill the boss on the hardest difficulty you possibly can and grow to like, you know, a higher wave than anybody else. That's a possibility. But 95% of the end game is either making money or doing guild versus guild PvP content. So you get into a PvP guild and your guild takes territory control over a town, and then someone declares war on you every week and you defend your city. Kind of like the New World kind of war system, but different. That's literally the end game. It's straight guild versus guild PvP content. They have arenas, they have like other group-based PvP stuff. They have open world PvP. There's a couple other miscellaneous things that you could do, but majority of it's all player versus player. It's literally PvPing. There's no, like I said, there's no technical raids. There's no group PvE content really to be said for. And it's all about like maybe doing professions and grind and like crafting gear, enhancing, you know, higher level potential, trying to get literally min-max perfect gear, which very few people in the game actually have, especially when they move the goalpost every once in a while. Like, it's really hard to get the best in slot gear. Very, very, very hard. That's why most people are just PvP or PvE grinding mobs all day long, is because the amount of gear you need or money you need or enhancement materials are so high that it takes a very long time to farm enough of them to actually enhance your gear to max. And that's what I'm saying. That's the biggest hindrance for BDO for me, is not being able to, you know, party. Like in this game, I could party up with some people, we could pull a bunch of mobs together and we can nuke them down, right? Now you can kind of do that in BDO, but there's only a few mobs in the game that are tanky enough that require you to have a second person or a third person, because you can literally blow up almost every mob in the game by yourself if you're geared enough. And if you add a second person to a party like that where you're already blowing things up, it just throws a wrench into the rotation, and it makes it just inefficient. Makes it not very fun. Right? Yeah, and that's the thing is like BDO, like I said, with how phenomenal BDO is, it's the combat system that truly makes BDO shine. With how fast paced and responsive and fluid and crazy, like intense the combat system with BDO is, no other game can compare to BDO's combat system. That's what makes BDO so good. That's what everybody comes to BDO and why people stay in BDO is the combat system. But I will agree that a lot of people refuse to play it because of the time investment needed to get to a gear score, like get your gear leveled up high enough to be competitive in PvP. I think if you get into a high level PvP guild, they can help you like gear up a little bit. Like you can put groups together to help you grind in certain mob areas to get certain item drops, to help you like get some money or materials or items to help you get your gear sorted faster. But I think I don't remember, I don't think it was like, I don't think they gave a time to like an estimation of like, oh, it's going to take X amount of hours to get, you know, to a competitive state. I think someone literally said, oh yeah, it'll take us like 3 to 6 months to get you to fighting shape or something like that, is what somebody told me one time. And I'm just like, bro. Yeah, like I said, I think BDO is one of those things where it's like, it's a great game, but the time you have to invest into it to get it to a point where you're gonna actually get your gratification out of it is kind of long, right? And that's one of the things that shuts people off to it so early. But if you spend a little time, because this is how I recommend BDO to people, don't know life it, right? Play it once a week for like 5 hours. You're gonna make very little progress, but like log in, do the season stuff, get your season out of the way, get your character kind of set up, and then every week, maybe once or twice a week, 5-6 hours, go and grind some mobs in a certain hour. Yeah, it's just put a little time in here, a little time in here, a little time in here, and over time you'll gather materials from logging in, you'll gather items from logging in, you'll get stuff from, you know, killing mobs, and you'll get some upgrades, you'll be able to purchase items off of other players and so on and so forth. And eventually you'll get to a decent gear spot that you'll be viable to actually do PvP. It'll take time. Don't get me wrong, it 100% will take you time, but it's doable. And at the same time, you're putting maybe 1,000 hours in, and it might take you a couple months, but you're not doing it all at one time. And then once you've actually gotten to a like an entry level position of gear where a PvP guild will actually accept you to start doing PvP content with them because you have like gear score of X, then you can like play more often and get more into it. It's one of those entry level positions, right? No, so I mean, a couple bill is enough to like get you a couple like upgraded starter pieces done. But to put it in perspective, some of the high tier pieces of equipment that aren't even best in slot are in the trillions. If that puts it into perspective at all for you. I think some of the best in slot pieces are like, I think they're over 100 trill, maybe 200 trillion, and that's selling it at a loss. No one would ever sell it for like 200 trill because it costs more than that to actually upgrade it. But like I said, I would recommend, hypothetically speaking, don't know life it, put a few hours in here and there, get a little progression here and there. If it piques your interest and you want to play it more, play it more. But like you said, if putting in 1,000 hours just to get to a spot where you can actually like play with other people and do PvP isn't appealing to you, don't think about that. Set yourself an earlier goal. You know, play for 10 hours a week. Right? Take a day or two, play it a couple times, play something in between. You know, focus on leveling up your combat. Focus on mob grinding so you could get used to your ability rotations and your combat. Test out, you know, Awaken versus Succession. Try and grow your gear by farming either currency from mobs or by farming the upgrade materials required to do upgrades yourself. And either buy the upgrades directly from player, like upgraded gear from other players, by, you know, making the currency and then just buying it outright, or attempt at enhancing yourself. All right, so there's the bank. It's done. It's the storage guy in every major town, not in all towns, but in the major towns. It's the big circle ones, not the little circle ones. Each one of those has a storage guy. If you talk to him, you can put some stuff in the storage. I think they at standard they hold 80 inventory slots or something like that. If you have a guild, you can also put stuff in the guild one as well. But if you're talking about the storage boxes that you can put stuff into, like in your personal houses and stuff, you have to make those. You have to craft those with professions. Yeah, the depot carry. I'll scroll and I'll show you. So at Pabis, see how the big castle looking ones, not these like little ones with the little boxes. It's the big castle looking ones. But it looks like this. It's this depot keeper chest looking thing. Talk to him. He's the bank. He's the banker or whatever. Yeah. There's a lot of things in this game that don't get explained that, well, like I said before, you don't know what you don't know, so you don't know to ask the question. But there's a lot of quality of life things that you learn over time after you eventually see it, or you just come across it, that I won't know to tell you until it just randomly pops up. Because, like, I didn't even know to tell my buddy, Ed, he was playing with me a while back. I didn't think to tell him about the item arranger in the inventory because I stumbled across it. I just never thought to, you know, to mention it to him. I just figured he would have found it like I did. And he was sharing a screen to me the other day, like a couple days after he was playing, and his inventory looked like a fucking bomb went off in it and a hurricane scattered everything everywhere. And I was like, my OCD was fucking, my anxiety was through the roof. I couldn't handle it. I had to minimize it. I'm like, bro, click this button. I can't look at your inventory. Oh my god, it was dreadful. Hurting my soul, man. But like I said, this game, like, I would recommend the same thing to this game as I recommended for BDO for you, Stunner, because the main thing to do in this game is PvP. But in order to PvP, you have to get to 100. And 100 doesn't take all that long. Especially if you take all the advantages to your advantage for EXP boosts and you party with EXP farming people and stuff like that. And you get into a guild and so on and so forth. I mean, you can probably get to 100 in like 50 hours. Maybe less. Pretty easily. If you're pretty effective at doing it and you can get into some groups. Pretty easy. And then once you're 100, you obviously got to start enhancing your gear and get somewhat enhanced gear. So, like, this game is kind of in the same boat as BDO, where in order to get to a PvP position where you can viably group PvP with guilds, you kind of need to put in maybe a couple 100 hours, which is a lot less than BDO, but it's like, oh, I gotta put in like 500 to 1,000 hours just to get, into a high, like PvP based guild. Kind of rough. So like taking your time by, playing, 15, 20, 30 hours a week, maybe less, maybe 10 hours a week, same thing as BDO, just getting a little bit of PV, getting a little combat grind in every day. Like one thing, like if you want to do as minimal in this game as possible, but get as maximum amount of EXP as possible, what I would recommend is what I do. Is I do my town boards every day. So I can show them to you if you want, but there are town boards in every town that have daily missions. So every 24 hours you can do these like little mission things, and they give decent chunk of combat XP, and you can boost that combat XP as long as you're within the radius of or as long as you have like buffs running like this. And I can show you another buff in a second, but there's an ad. Let me know when you're out of the app. At 15 minutes ago. Okay. I don't remember what I was talking about, but let me delete this stuff really quick. I need to empty my inventory. I'm getting so full. I don't remember what I was talking about. I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I was catching up on chat and I forgot. I'm rich. Yeah, cannonballs are kind of cool because they're for C content. It's pretty cool. The enhancement in this game really sucks though, stun. This is what I was trying to work. I was trying to get my last couple 75 pieces, this one, and then these two, so I can show you. But it goes to plus 15, and for plus 1, plus 2, and plus 3 are guaranteed successes. And then after plus 3, so plus 4 to plus 15, are not guaranteed. But if you fail, it destroys the item and you have to start over. You have to get another item and then you have to push it to whatever you're at. So if you have like a plus 7 weapon and you're trying to push for plus 8, you got to push a weapon to plus 7. Try for the plus 8. If you hit it, you get a plus 8. Cool. Then you can try your old plus 7. And if it fails, boom, you got to start over again. Right? So you always want to do it on a backup. And it's fucking dreadful. But I just recommend putting small amounts of time in every once in a while. Okay, so the thing I was going to show you is... I'm going to go to town really quick and just show you. So for EXP purposes, like I was saying before, the town boards. Town boards are huge EXP. Like, let's just say this. I don't grind mobs for EXP. I do town boards. Because it's a daily thing. Takes very little time. And I can make like 50% of a level XP every day just by doing my town boards and then logging off. It's very simple. And there's a buff I'm going to show you that you can purchase as well. So this guy, this statue dude, he's next to the town boards in every town. So like if you go to this town, right? And you see the town board over here, the statue will be over here. So he's always near the town boards. So RageUMad, which is the town I spend most time in, the town board is right here at the entrance, and then he's right next to it. So basically, wherever this town board, the quest board is, that's where this guy is. But this guy, you can purchase buffs. So like a 40% character EXP buff for 1 hour is 1.5 mil. Very cheap. In 1.5 mil, you can make way more than 1.5 mil just killing mobs. But this works with quest turn-ins, right? So a 40% boost to EXP from quests is huge. Absolutely massive. So I think these EXPs got nerfed. I don't know, these were way higher the other day. But anyway, I think they ninja nerfed these because I was getting, I think it was like 60 AXP or something. Anyway, and then you got this tab too. So play for 8 hours, 3,000 PvE points. You just kill a handful of mobs. You finish that. Kill 10 elites. Finish that. That's 100k XP for me. You know, collect 50 trees or something. Another 50k XP. Feed my pet 20 times, 50k XP. And then, like I said, this 50k gets boosted by that 40% buff. And then there's this 50% character buff down here that also calculates in. So that 50k is more like 100 and something k XP every time I turn these in. And then these are the same way. So they're 26k XP. You know, multiply that by 100%. You know, that's like 50, 60k XP basically by the end of it. It's a lot of XP. And then you can refresh this twice a day. So you get 3 pages of 10. You can buy a lot of these materials off of other players, or you can just go farm them yourselves, and it's very easy. Yeah, the 400 from my code. Yeah, that thing's really nice. The 400 from the code. But like I said, what I would do if you want to put minimal time in stun and you want to play other things while still making progress on this game is put the effort in to get to 50, get the quest chain out of the way, and then log in once a day just to do your town boards. So do this 10, refresh, do the next 10, refresh, do the next 10, and at the same time do like the PvE points, do these top 3, right? Maybe the Rift one too. So do these top 4 and then just log out for the day. That literally will take you 30 minutes. So you put 30 minutes into this game, you get probably 50 to 60% of a level for like 30 minutes worth of work. You want to put extra time in past that point, you can go grind mobs or whatever. Find some people to group up with or whatever, maybe do like an EXP grind. But you do that and then maybe go play BDO for a couple hours. And then from there, if you're like kind of, all right, cool, I got a little bit of progress in 2 of the games that I want to, you know, put some effort into, go and do something else. Right? Like you can even take advantage of this one if you're not playing solo self-found or Ironman. Just buy 5 cheap-ass items on the marketplace, and you can get I can get 50,000 XP for buying 5 random-ass items. It's so cheap. It's so much XP. And the amount of like EXP you're gonna get for such a little amount of time invested is great. Now it obviously scales with your level. So at my level, I'm getting 26,000 XP or 50,000 XP. Your level would be a lot less, but it should be proportionate, quote unquote, to your level, like percentage speaking. So you should still get like 40-50% of XP. But like I said, you can also put in a little bit of extra like combat grind. Like I said, if you pop the EXP buff from this guy, and then maybe you just play for an entire hour. You pop the buff, you do your town boards, and then you just go and grind mobs until your buff runs out, and then you call it a day. At least that way you can work towards getting more of the pets. So you can try and get high level pets at the same time as you're farming your EXP, so you can have decent pets when you get to higher levels and stuff, which doesn't help you in PvP, but whatever at the same time. That would be my recommendation. Like I said, put a little bit of time into both games kind of every day, like an hour here on both games. And like an hour in BDO, like people are like, oh, you're gonna make no progress unless you put like a lot of hours into the game. It's like you're right, but you get as much out of it as you put into it. Right? So if you put 100 hours into it, you're gonna get 100 hours out of it. Right? Like if you put 1,000 hours, you're gonna get 1,000 hours out of it. So you get what you get out of it. Or what you put into it, you get out of it. So if you put an hour in a day, you're not going to make you're going to make an hour worth of progress every day, but every little bit gets you to the next stage, which, you know, makes it tolerable, makes it enjoyable, makes it palatable to eventually get to the point where you're actually like, damn, I'm ready to like hardcore dive in, right? I finally got to that threshold, that plateau I was looking for, right? That's kind of like what the goal here is. Don't don't make your eyes bleed by forcing yourself to play a game nonstop to finally get you to a point where it's enjoyable and you hated the whole grind of, you know, getting you there. Just slow and steady, little consistency here and there, and in between, play other games that interest you, that are going to be fun and enjoyable, that you're going to, you know, enjoy, to palate cleanse you between the games, you know, that you're struggle busting through. That's what I would recommend. So we can sell this, we can sell this. The rest of this we'll keep. Then we'll go back to grind. Yeah, I'm only grinding combat right now because I'm trying to I got this that I can use, but I haven't found an earring or a ring. But I think I'm just gonna say screw it, honestly. Yo, Magic, what's going on? Yo, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. How's it going? All right, sounds good, Stun. I appreciate you. Hey, tomorrow, Stun, if you're around and you want me to leech some EXP for you, like go and kill a bunch of mobs and try and speed level you a little bit at higher level mobs, we can do that. I don't mind helping you out if you need it or want to. Just let me know. I'll be around. Like I said, I do have a Discord. If you want to join it, feel free. Just don't be a dick. That's all I ask. And if you ever need to reach out and ask me a question, just at me. Oh, that's... Oh, sorry. I just had to go look you up, Magic. Sorry. I didn't, I didn't realize you were the streamer that I was watching the other day. My bad. My bad. Welcome, welcome. What's going on? I just happened to like... I was like, this name looks familiar. And I was like, I had to go and look. I just clicked on your name and I was like, oh yeah, that is the streamer I was looking at the other day. Uh, you see it? All right, sounds good. Sure, Stun. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Have a good one. Thanks for being here tonight. All right. What were we doing again? Oh yeah, we're finishing getting these last couple items. My 75. Tempted just to go. I mean, is it better jewelry drop rates from the party zone? It would take me forever to kill the party zone mobs, but I feel like I would drop jewelry more often almost. I don't know. Really torn. Let's just get running. I mean, problem is I've probably deleted so many blue quality earrings and stuff that I didn't realize I was missing from the set that I'd put away. And then I still need a +3 all the gear. But we're getting close to the end of the stream anyway, though. I'm just trying to get this done before the end of the stream. On the upside, though, we did get a whole bunch of pet drops today. Like, I think in the last 10 hours of combat grinding, I've gotten like maybe 2 pets. And then this last hour, I've gotten like 7. It's like, it kind of averaged out to a decent amount, but God, when you go like 10 hours dry, not getting anything, it's so disheartening. All right, let us see how this goes. I probably, you know what? I think we're gonna go back to town really quick again and just upgrade what we currently have to +3s, and then come back because we'll be doing more damage, so we'll be able to kill them faster and more efficiently. I think that's what we'll do really fast. I don't know if we have enough action points to actually fully level everything. But if I have to run some dungeons, I guess we can do that too. It's fine. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to get followed by some other streamers. It's so weird too, because like I'm that kind of like shut in kind of guy. So like whenever like a streamer that's bigger than me comes by, like drops me a follow, I feel so weird about it. I'm like, that was so unexpected. And it kind of makes me feel good about myself for like 5 minutes. And I'm just like, why would they follow me? I'm a nobody. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's just kind of how it is a weird feeling of mine. All right. So let's. Woo-hoo. I'm gonna. Oh, because that doesn't go in there. Oh, crap. Um, that's the loom, right? Light gear. Light gear is the loom. Because this is heavy gear. All right. All right. Where to put the loom? Do we do? I mean, it's a smidgen better, so I mean, I guess. Like, why we gotta be min-maxing so hard? Alright, so it looks like we need sapphire leather. Oh, oh wait, we don't want to do that. We want to do sapphire leather. Alright, let's buy one of those. So we need the sapphire leather. We need another one. And I know the next one's gonna change. So it's 2 sapphire leathers. And alrighty then. So that's pretty solid upgrade. Alright. Let's get rid of this stuff really quick. Throw me off if it's in my inventory. Let's try this again. Okay. Oh. So let's put that. And then we got the jewelry. Oh, not the 60. Alright. That should be everything. Right. So let us pants. Alright, so 2, 4, 6, and 3 of the other. Let's do this. And alright, so we got those 3 items. Okay. Now we need to do the weapon. So I probably need 2 dragon scales. And the third is Thunderhilt. Okay. Should be a huge damage boost. Now we just need jewelry. Yeah, because it's 600 plus 150. It's a huge boost. Alright. And then the jewelry plus. Alright, we're just missing 2 jewelries, honestly. Isn't too terrible. So, yeah. So 2, 4, 6, 8 soul crystals. And 3 shield. Oh, 4. Alright. Alright, so that should get us much better off. Junking into the money though. Alrighty then. Damn. Alright, we're feeling much better now. We got some decent damage. Yeah, we should be doing more damage now. Alright. Kind of want to try and farm for the last 2 items. The other earring and other ring. I feel like it's just gonna give a little extra oomph. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I got like 9 minutes left to stream. I don't want to hang out for the rest of the time, but I could just call it here. I just was really trying to get those last 2 items and call it a night. I do got to get a workout in. I haven't worked out in over a week. I've been trying to rest my shoulder and my neck because it's been bothering the crap out of me for months. I haven't it just hasn't gotten any better. I honestly think I just pinched a nerve or something and it just not getting any better. But can at least do some like lower body stuff. I can do some like squats, lunges, step ups, hip thrusts, cable extensions with my legs. And I can do some ab stuff, cardio. Just kind of stay away from like the upper body stuff. Just sucks not being able to do upper body. We're doing 900 instead of 700 now. It's like a 200 DPS increase. Well, not DPS, but 200 damage increase. Pretty solid. I hate getting stuck on literally nothing. So frustrating. Oh, we got a ring. Got a blue ring. Like, I could always pick up the green ones, but I just think the green ones are so poor quality. Like, they just don't give enough stats. I was trying to save up for a freaking Or wait for a blue. You did get one. I got this one. 206. It's actually huge. It's 213. I mean, that one's really good. But we did get this one. That change? It's like 2 DPS increase. Very, very little, but it's something. And then I can just upgrade it from there. So that's one upgrade. We just now need the earring. And then we can call it a night. I just don't know how long it's gonna take me to find a damn earring. It took us like an hour just to find that pace. Oh yeah, mate. Did the idle skilling trophy give you much of an upgrade now that you have it? I know it's one of the better trophies. Keep getting green earrings. I want green. Oh, just like improvements in general. Because I already know what the stats are, but like in correlation to like your account, was it like a decent upgrade? Yeah, it's just skill efficient. That's why I'm kind of curious, like, if it possibly uh bumped you up, like how much better would your prints be with it compared to what you just had? Obviously, you're not going to do a reprint on a non-statue thing, so you won't be able to really know. But by the time it comes around as well, you're already going to have a lot of extra juice from other stuff. There's no way to really know how much the trophy gave you until we get another statue week, so you can like try it with and without, which isn't really worth your time. But I'm just kind of curious. Oh man, oh man. I mean, that sounds pretty solid. And then obviously the gallery bonus, like multiplier for being on a specific pedestal, makes it even stronger, right? That's not terrible. Obviously, I mean, terrible is the wrong word, but like, it's not insane, but it's pretty solid. I don't know what you would put that on over. You know what I mean? Like what it would replace, per se. But it's a pretty hefty chunk of skill efficiency. I'm gonna need to eat a snack before I work out today. For surezies. Have to make some chicken salad probably. Problem with chicken salad is like I burp and I can taste it. Like my acid reflux just doesn't really care for it. But it's something decent protein wise and just calorie wise. Probably not the best to eat protein right before I work out because it's slow digestion. But maybe I'll eat something else. Trying to think of like what's something like carby that I could eat. Because basically what I was gonna do is I was gonna eat something and then I was gonna do my treadmill thing or my walking pad for like 15 minutes, get my heart rate going, get ready to go. You know, let my body process some of the food that I ate and then jump into my workout. Just gotta figure out what I want to eat because I want something light but carby, so it's like a fast digestion. Anyway, 5 o'clock. I'm assuming you're gonna be jumping out of here, mate. I'm gonna probably jump out as well. Like, I wanted to try and get this last item, but I think I'll say fuck it, because I don't really care how strong I truly am. I'm just trying to, farm the last piece. Just call it a day. So, yeah, I think that's it for me as well. I didn't get what I was looking for, but I got all but one. So that's something, I guess. So let's go drop everything off and then get back to my AFK mining. As tomorrow will be our last day of Quinfall for a while. We're gonna take a hiatus to play something else. We will. I think tomorrow we'll put up a vote in the Discord. We'll talk about some MMOs and see what y'all would like to see me try next. I think that's what we'll probably do, because I'm leaning towards one of the ones on a chopping block that we've been wanting to do that I haven't been able to do yet. So that would be, sorry, like Albion, Final Fantasy 14. Wasn't there another one? There's a couple of them. I'll have to look into them again. But yeah, I think that's what we're gonna be looking for next. We're gonna look into doing one of those, I think. Where did they go? So yeah, I think I'll put up a vote for that tomorrow while talking to you guys on stream about it. And we'll see by Monday which one you guys would rather see me play, and then we'll probably load into that one on Monday, and then take the journey going forward from that. But with that said, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna empty my inventory off stream and get back to my AFK grinding. But I appreciate y'all. I hope you guys had a good stream or a good time in the stream. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. If you haven't joined the Discord, want to join Discord, feel free. The only thing is don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever need to reach me off stream or even on stream, that's the best place to do it. Just at me at any time, and I'll answer you the best I can. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate that as well. Go check that out. Go give me a little like over there. I'd appreciate the support. If you ever want to rewatch a stream, catch a stream you might have missed, or rewatch a portion of, something to go back and experience what it is, or re-listen to it, or whatever, that's the best place to do it. I appreciate y'all. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. See you. Bye. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Bye.